check. Check, check. I'm actually still waiting for it to start. It'll just be a little minute here whenever they get started up. Music by Ryan Celsius Sounds. I'm trying declassified. I'm trying. What's taking them so long? He said if he got complications with reading, he probably got problems with telling time. Probably right. Community factor. The community scholars. And the community scholars are busy, okay?
Today's picture is concerned, we have two things of interest to show you. First of all, this frontal system that's edging down very slowly from the north into those northern parts of the country. And we also have frontal systems down to the southwest that are trying to edge up towards southwestern parts.
Do we have a problem with the volume? Is the volume? Oh, the volume on the, yeah, you know what? I mean the music. I did have it low. Forgot about that.
Picture, you'll see, I think, both those systems shown there quite nicely. First of all, here's the cold front out there to the west, curling back, becoming an occlusion further north there, there's the meeting point of the warm and cold front just there to the east of Scotland. A much more marked great mass of white cloud down to the southwest.
Keep your thinking about.
They've been doing enough practice up till now. Oh shoot. Oh, is that it? Right. All right. Yep. Trying to make sure you can hear this. Make sure. All right. I don't know why it is not capturing the audio. Said you can't hear HJ? They don't look like they can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, they should hear you.
Trust in institutions, particularly in the African American communities. Historically, injustice and
All
systematic
right.
barriers,
Y'all can hear
okay,
this now.
exacerbate these challenges, leading to harmful consequences in health, policies, and education. Targeted misinformation during COVID-19.
For
COVID-19
some reason, it's
conspiracy
not
theories
covering what his
targeted African Americans, fueling distrust and rooted in historical injustice.
Y'all can hear him, but y'all
Historical
can't see his
mistrust
screen.
in healthcare. Historical abuse, such as Tuskegee syphilis study, have created deep-seated mistrust towards medical institutions amongst African Americans. This legacy explanations continue to influence perceptions of healthcare and vaccinations. Impact of vaccine hesitancy. Vaccine hesitancy in America and African American communities have resulted in preventable deaths, and decreased engagement with public health initiatives. The reluctance to receive vaccines is compounded by misinformation and
like they
historical
can see and
injustice
hear
that have
everything,
shaped
but like
health
it's just his
perception.
his share screen they can't see.
Political disinformation, Russian disinformation targeting black voters.
I know y'all
know
can't.
that happened to you. Yes, it did.
Yeah, I know y'all can't
In
hear
2016 election, Russia disinformation campaign
I just wanted to make sure y'all could
African American voters
at least
to suppress turnouts and create distrust. Impersonations of black activists on social media. There was a lot of nuts out there. I was wondering. Fake accounts impersonating black activists spread diverse content, polarizing the community and undermining trust in genuine voices. Educational disinformation. Erosion of confidence in science. This is what's going on in our community. False narrative on science harm trust in education and deter students from STEM careers, impacting African American representation. Acceptance of pseudoscience. Misinformation fuels pseudoscience. Anti-vaccine, flat earth, climate denial, harming public health and environment. Lack of resources in education. Under-resourced schools.
Sorry, share the screen from Discord instead of directly from the Zoom.
Okay? Worsening inequalities and exposing youth to false narratives. Anti-scientific and anti-intellectual attitudes, rejecting expertise.
There might be a block on it.
Cultural skepticism leads to distrust in science and expertise, reducing public engagement with evidence-based practices.
Oh, they can hear me now.
Educational
underfunding. For the video.
Underfunding in education limits STEM access to interests, especially in
instead of sharing it directly from the Zoom,
underrepresentation
from the share.
I can see it.
Limited exposure to scientists of color, fostering a sense of alienation and discouragement amongst young African Americans. This lack of representation contributes to the feeling of disempowerment and disengagement from scientific pursuits. Cultural barriers to knowledge. cultural barriers, including stereotypes and
What the
misconceptions.
fuck is
You know,
this
like the
nigga
white
talking
man
about?
Means you're gonna
science
have to
about
temporarily
intelligence and science further inhibit individuals from seeking knowledge.
please shut this.
There you go. But you got it on me now.
Yeah, I know. The thing about it is, might have.
Create another window capture. That was not a strong opening. That opening was trash.
Might have to had a whole window open. Oh, that was not supposed to happen. You didn't see that.
You was watching porn, nigga?
No. Don't worry about it. I messed up the whole setup for a second. All right. Ah, doing it. Is Enqi showing a music video? What is that? What is this? Might have to do it like this for now. You can't hear the video? Hmm? When did it cut off? What was the last thing y'all heard?
I can't hear it now either. Oh, okay. Enqi's. Oh, okay, that was them. That wasn't us. That was them.
What happened?
That wasn't us. That was them. This
That was
shit is
them.
so
Okay.
ghetto.
Uh, you said it's frozen.
This is so ghetto.
I don't know why the audio cut out for it. All right. Let me see what I can fit. What you say? No, I got y'all. I got y'all. Oh, you know what? I know what that is. Yeah.
Okay. So can y'all see my presentation? Did it switch to this?
Yes, we see everything.
You see everything? You
There
see
we
this?
We
I'd
see the flyer.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me.
Can they hear the presentation now?
Hold on. Stop there 1 second. Hold on. Let me 1 second. You got to freeze it for 1 minute.
Got it.
What in the chat if you can hear everything and see everything, chat?
Okay, let me get this all straight here. Okay. All right.
All right, we in this motherfucker.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. We hot. Okay, so
this shit is so trash.
So we need to
This
start
is
this off with the
ghetto.
educational process, flowing right with the debate. Understanding scientific concepts, theory, hypothesis, and laws, exploring the definitions and relationships between scientific theories, hypotheses, and laws. Darwin's mistakes and modern corrections. How modern evolutionary science refined and expanded Darwin's ideas. This is an important point. So let's deal with some of the mistakes he made. Misunderstanding heredity. Darwin's proposed pangenesis and blended inheritance. Believed traits blended together from parents. This would erase variation needed for natural selection. Modern correction. Mendelian genetics. All right. Particulate inheritance. Lack of knowledge of genetic variation. Like, how would he know about genetics? It wasn't there yet. Darwin recognized variation, but couldn't explain its source. Through variations appeared spontaneous. Thought variations appeared spontaneously. Modern correction. Genetic variation arises through mutation, combination of gene flow. DNA is molecular basis of inheritance. He just wouldn't have known about that yet. Steps to get to science, step by step. Overemphasizing of natural selection. Darwin viewed natural selection as the primary evolutionary force, underestimating other evolutionary mechanisms. He wouldn't have known it yet.
There y'all go.
Impossible. Modern correction. Evolutionary processes include natural selection, genetic drift, mutation, and gene flow. Sexual selection also plays a key role. Gradualism as the only mode. Darwin believed evolution always occurred slowly and gradually. Did not consider rapid evolution change. Modern correction. Evolution can be gradual or rapid. Punctuated equilibrium shows rapid bursts followed by stasis.
What?
Incomplete understanding of speciation. Darwin lacked genetic understanding and how new species arose. He wouldn't have known about genetics because it wasn't understood yet. Focus on divergence, but not reproductive isolation. Modern correction.
I'm an Ohio man, okay?
Speciation involves reproductive barriers, including allopathic, sympatric, and other speciation processes. No knowledge of molecular mechanisms.
Molecular?
Darwin did not know about DNA, RNA, or molecular inheritance, could not explain the physical basis of heredity. Modern correction. Discovery of DNA structure and function. Molecular biology explains inheritance, variation, and evolution. 7. Social and cultural misrepresentation. Darwin's ideas were misused to justify racism and eugenics. Concepts like social Darwinism are pseudoscience. Modern correction. Modern evolutionary biology rejects racial inheritance. Humans are a single species with shared ancestry. Summary table. Here's all my sources. Understanding scientific concepts, hypotheses, theories, and laws. This presentation is basically going to give you a working understanding and the structure of scientific ideas, and we will clearly define it so you can understand the rest of the debate.
Molecular.
The debate topic was pangenesis the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? Did Darwin produce a scientific theory of evolution? Make him stick to the topic. Enqi speaks pseudo language. Going double talk.
Who's the lost Wu-Tang?
He gonna hit you with the flim flam bam bam boom.
Molecular.
What is a scientific theory? It's a well-tested explanation of some aspect of the natural world.
Yes.
What? It's not what the
Scientific theories
That's
are
an
based
accurate
on a
definition,
body of
technically.
evidence.
Is it?
Yeah, technically. It has to be well tested.
They are used to make predictions about
actually-
natural phenomena.
That's going to
Make that
destroy his
Predictions,
own
this is
argument.
important. Theories are rarely overturned
'Cause they
are
haven't
usually refined
really
or
tested.
expanded. Once again, theories are rarely overturned. They are usually refined and expanded. Instead, theories tend to be modified to account for new evidence like genetics and DNA and chromosomes. Scientific hypothesis is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. It is a testable idea and explanation. The purpose of an hypothesis is it is a testable potential explanation of a phenomenon. Hypotheses can be refined or discarded based on evidence. Hypotheses are an essential part of the scientific process. What is a scientific theory? A scientific theory serves as a comprehensive explanation of phenomenon within the natural world,
He already
grounded
irritated.
in repeated testing and substantial corroborating evidence. This rigorous approach follows the scientific method, utilizes established protocols and observation, measurements, and evaluation to ensure reliability and validity in understanding complex systems. Characteristics of scientific theories. Tested under controlled conditions, scientific theories emerge from repeated testing and validation under controlled conditions, ensuring reliability and accuracy. This process involves meticulous observation and measurements, which contribute to a robustness of the scientific theory. Evaluated through adductive reasoning. The evaluation of scientific theories often involves adductive reasoning, which seeks the most likely explanation for observed phenomenon, allowing scientists to draw logical conclusions based on existing evidence, withstand the rigors of scrutiny, supposed to get scrutinized. Established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny over time, demonstrating the reliability. This scrutiny involves peer review and replication of results by independent researchers, ensuring scientific integrity. Embody scientific knowledge. Scientific theories embody a comprehensive understanding of the natural world, integrating facts, laws, and tested hypotheses into a cohesive framework that enhances our knowledge of complex systems. Can theories be debunked or discredited? Man, it's got to be. Not usually in the way people think. Scientific theories are rarely thrown out entirely. Instead, they are refined and expanded or replaced by theories that explain more. Let's get a little bit deeper. When a theory fails to explain new data, scientists revise or supersede it rather than discrediting the entire framework. This is important to understand.
That's a
that
problem
point right here.
Actually.
Can theories be debunked or discredited, Example, Newton's theory of gravity was debunked when Einstein's general relativity came along. Newton's laws still accurately describe motion at every scale. Einstein's extended them to include high speeds and strong gravitational fields. So older theory was incomplete. Once again, so the older theory was incomplete, not false. Similarly, Darwin's theory of evolution wasn't discredited by the falsified pangenesis or modern genetics.
Such a bad parallel.
It was strengthened and modernized into what we now call modern evolutionary theory synthesis. What is a scientific hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis, a testable statement about the natural phenomenon, essential for validation or refutation through experimentation. Let me go back right here. This lady right here.
Refutation or refutation?
She's a human computer. Mary Jackson. Big up to the scientists.
I don't think I ever heard the word
scientific hypothesis. Scientific hypothesis is a preliminary statement about the natural world generated from observations. One second. Generated from observations. It aims to lead testable predictions and can be modified or rejected based on experimental results. The validation of an hypothesis is established through reducible experimentation, marking it a fundamental building block in scientific inquiry, scientific theories. In contrast, a scientific theory is a comprehensive explanation of the natural phenomenon that has undergone extensive testing and validation. This is what happened to Charles Darwin theory. It integrates various facts and laws. So it integrates scientific facts and scientific laws and previously tested hypotheses, providing a broader understanding of a complex concept within a scientific domain. Theories must withstand the rigors of scrutiny and are considered reliable knowledge in science. What is a scientific law? A scientific law are substantive statements derived from extensive empirical evidence that consistently describe and predict natural phenomena. These laws are founded on repeated experiments and observations. providing a reliable framework for understanding and interpreting the behavior of the natural world. Characteristics of scientific law. Developed from data, scientific laws are formulated based on extensive data collection and analysis. They arise from repeated observations and experiments, establishing a reliable foundation for understanding the natural phenomenon. Expressed mathematically, this is important, they are expressed mathematically. Many scientific laws can be expressed through mathematically, allowing for precise predictions of the natural phenomenon. This mathematical representation is crucial for applying laws to real-world situations and computations. Based on empirical evidence, scientific laws are firmly grounded in empirical evidence derived from systematic observations and experimentation. This evidence must be repeatable and verifiable to ensure laws' validity. Reflect causal relationships. Laws reflect the causal relationships inherent in natural world. They describe how variables interact and behave under certain conditions, providing fundamental understanding of physical processes. Understanding scientific facts. Scientific facts represents the observation that has been consistently verified through repeatable measurements and experimentation. These facts serve as the fundamental building blocks for developing scientific theories and understanding natural phenomena, highlighting the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry, where truths may evolve over time as new evidence emerges. Definition of facts, theories, and laws in science. Scientific fact. In science, a fact is observed that is an observation that has been repeatedly confirmed and is accepted as true. However, scientific truth can evolve. What is considered a fact today may be evaluated or modified within new evidence.
So y'all can't see it.
Scientific hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis is a tentative statement
the webinar
that proposes an explanation for a phenomenon. It leads to deductions that can be tested and verified through experimentation if proven true.
They like, he's not doing too good. They're like Q&A's where he shines.
Scientific laws are subsequent statements based on repeated experiment observations and describe or predict natural phenomena. They repeat established principles that describe how things constantly behave under specific conditions. Let me make sure I got that right. All right.
No, he really don't seem like he can read.
In scientific context, a theory
is really don't seem like he can read.
Explanation of some aspect of the natural world. Theories integrate facts, laws, inferences, and tested hypotheses, providing a comprehensive understanding of a particular phenomenon. Common misconceptions in scientific terminology. This is where the rubber meets the road. Hypothesis versus theories versus law. The common misconception that hypothesis can progress to theories and then to laws is misleading. In scientific terms, hypothesis and theories serve different purposes. Hypotheses are specific predictions that can be tested, while theories are well-substantiated explanations supported by a body of evidence. Laws describe the behavior of natural phenomenon, but do not evolve from hypotheses.
I mean, he kind of just repeating himself at this point.
In a hierarchy. This is important. Most people mess it up. The misunderstanding of theory. The term theory in everyday language is often used to mean a guess or an untested idea. However, in science, a theory is a comprehensive explanation of a phenomenon that has been rigorously tested and is supported by substantial evidence. Hence, saying something is just a theory undermines the extensive validation that scientific theories undergo. Laws describe, they don't punish. Scientific laws state what happens under certain conditions and are based on repeated observations. They do not punish everything. Rather, they describe constant behaviors in nature. For example, a law of gravity describes how objects fall, but it does not imply any punitive measures for objects that do not follow this law. The role of evidence in science, understanding foundational importance
What
of
was the point
evidence
of that?
in shaping scientific knowledge. Involvement of facts. All hypothesis, theories, and laws depend on verified facts. The role of evidence. Evidence is paramount for the validation of acceptance of scientific claims. It's essential. Nature of facts. Scientific facts are subject to change as new evidence emerges. That's dynamic. Case study of Darwin's provisional hypothesis of pangenesis and the theory of evolution. Darwin's provisional hypothesis of pangenesis, 1868, posed that parts of an organism contributed tiny particles called germinals to reproduce material attempting to expand heredity. Although innovative, this concept was later rejected. I'm going to say it again. This concept was later rejected with the rise of Mendelian genetics and the discovery of DNA. It did not replace or supersede Darwin's early theory of evolution by natural selection, which remains the cornerstone of evolutionary biology. Darwin's pangenesis and its impact on evolutionary theory. Pangenesis reflects how scientists in the 19th century tried to reason about heredity before genetics existed. It illustrated how science itself corrects. Provisional hypotheses are tested, refuted, and integrated into better theories. Modern synthesis, 1930 to 1940, successfully merged Mendelian genetics with Darwin's natural selection, producing a contemporary framework for evolutionary biology. Did falsifying the pangenesis strengthen Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection? Yes, falsifying Charles Darwin's provisional hypothesis of pangenesis did not weaken his evolutionary theory. Paradoxically, it strengthened it in the long run by clarifying the distinction between heredity and selection and by paving the way for modern genetics to support, expand natural selection. Conclusion and key takeaways. Understanding the distinction between scientific theories, hypotheses, and laws is crucial to grasping the scientific method and the nature of science inquiry. Each component plays a vital role in developing the scientific knowledge, where theories provide comprehensive explanations, hypotheses offer testable predictions, and laws predict.
1 minute.
At the end of the day,
he undercut his own argument.
Science is counterintuitive, contrary to intuition or to common sense expectations, but often nevertheless true. Running draws attention. Walking blends in. Human perception is wired to notice sudden movement. A person springing from a scene of a crime automatically looks suspicious, but someone who walks slowly may appear calm and uninvolved, which can lure immediate suspicion by the police. Walking towards the police is counterintuitive, yet nevertheless is true. How many of you would ever commit a crime and then walk towards the police? You wouldn't do it. Well, that's how you can really get away with it. See, that idea right there is counterintuitive.
Thank you very much, Ankh. Perfect.
His example.
Now we will move right into
random. Like, what do you mean?
Dr.
Why did you pick
round.
that?
Again, Enqi, you have also 20 minutes.
And I have
20 minutes.
And I have 3 minutes rebuttal, right?
You got that.
You got 2 minutes rebuttal, and then you can go right into.
Yes.
Now, do you want to take your 2-minute rebuttal and go right into your 20 minutes? Non-stop.
Yes.
So, do you want to just do this part?
Because I got on his
no, because I was going to let him know.
But
about
I know.
I thought.
Anyway, I was just going to say to you, Enqi, you
20
have
minutes
your
of flim flam,
and then you can go right
said,
into your 20 minutes.
Somebody said he killed that.
You don't have to stop. So I'm not going to tell you. I'm just letting you know. I'm not going to say your 3 minutes are up. You're going to have a full or 2 minutes. I don't know if we're doing 2 or 3 because I'm
2 minutes. 2 minutes is good.
So you have 22 minutes. I'm coming in when you have 1 minute left. Got it?
But listen, when I was doing my intro, somebody's mic was on so the people couldn't hear the music. This is an interactive experience. I need everybody's mics muted so that people can hear my audio and everything.
Okay, yes, we are muting our mics. So your time begins when you start talking. You can let me anything you want. I'll screen share but you're going
Enqi
from your
about to
2
play another
minutes
song.
to the end of 22. I'm coming in at 21 minutes to tell you have 1 minute left. I want to clarify that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Whenever you're ready.
All right. You gotta mute up.
I know. Just let me know when you're ready. And I was going to leave it off in case you have another question. I'm going to definitely mute out.
Enqi about to play another song.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So here's how we're gonna do this. Since Ankh has afforded us extra time, we can take our time and address a variety of misinformation that Ankh has plagued the community with, along with his trolls in the chat over there we see. So, and what I mean by afforded us extra time is that Ankh has taken half of his first round to let everybody know that Darwin did not have a complete scientific theory, which is the question of the debate, just in case Ankh didn't know what we were debating here. I'm trying to prove he did not have a complete theory. Ankh was supposed to be proving that he did have a complete theory. So coming out in his first round saying that he knows that Darwin didn't have a complete, I'm just not sure what that strategy was, but we can move right along.
Yeah, no, he dead ass did do that.
View of our ancestors not having any science.
But then you just gotta admit, well, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't really practicing science then, because the very rules in science that was created by science was that you can't mix your spirituality with it.
What was that?
So we're gonna get into the theory of inspiration by natural selection.
Yeah,
we're going to demonstrate.
I was wondering why he was on the screen. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Things. We're going to talk about the comedic cosplay. We're going to make sure we keep our foot on Ankh's neck for him to pop up with some sources and some proof that Darwin's theory was complete, even though I don't know how that would be possible, seeing as he spent his first round saying that it wasn't complete.
I think that y'all think I'm kinetic, but most of the people who know me know that I am not kinetic.
We just gotta highlight the comedic cosplay. Now, these books that you see here are the books that I'll be primarily using for the entire debate. So if you want more information on what you see here, you can get these books and get more information.
Nice plug. Nice plug.
Yeah, that's a nice plug.
Is it?
There is no audio on this.
It's not like us.
Enqi, there is no audio on that.
This nigga got some they not like us.
I paused your time. Don't worry about that.
I don't know what's up with the audio. Why is it not?
Yeah, that's why I'm letting you know. There's no audio.
All right, you know what? It's cool. We'll rock without audio.
Okay, just so you're paused at 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You might have to share the audio on that stuff.
Yeah, my fault. You gotta share the audio. We want to hear it. How do I share the audio? You gotta put, it's gonna be on there when you hit the share screen. You hit your share screen, we should say share audio too.
Boomer tech.
We heard it at first. I don't know, how you.
Yeah, but when we even heard it at first, it was off because
I can't even be mad at
audio into the Zoom.
How bad is my audio?
All right.
So you see, you're still paused on your time. So go to the share and you will see where it says share audio. Like Anka said, when you first do the share screen, it'll give you an option.
Okay, let me stop sharing.
Yeah, now go in, and when you first go to share, it'll give you an option to share audio.
Share. Oh, right here. Share.
I can't tell whether y'all calling me Boomer Tech or her.
Okay, so now you're going to share it, and I'm going to re-share it, and I'm going to start your time back up.
All right.
Tell me when.
All right, but did you hear Reggie? Hold.
We didn't hear barely anything.
Share your computer. Hold up. To share your computer audio, give Zoom audio. What is this? My password?
Scholar's rubbing off on Enqi.
You're paused at 2 minutes and 30 seconds because of your tech difficulty.
All right, that's cool. Well, Ankh came in late, 15 minutes. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just letting you know for your time reasons for you.
Is it still peaking?
All right, so let's see if you can hear my song and see them dancing.
Let me hear. Yes, pause it. Okay. Can we pause it now? I'm gonna start the timer. Or you gonna pause it?
Start the time.
All right, go.
Swinging high up in the trees. Said to myself, that's not where I came to be. I ain't no fish, no crawling slime. Got a soul too big.
All right.
And it's ready to shine. They say we crawl. They say we crawl. But this heart of mine, it was born to brawl. Oh, Darwin, you
Why not? He got 20 minutes.
All right.
They cut his audio.
That was for you, Ankh. A little song. Did you hear that song, Ankh?
We heard everything.
You not Ankh. All right. So the god Kepra, the god of evolution. And here's where it becomes important with the Kemetic cosplay. Science has proven evolution by light. This is what was in the text. Now, when we go back to the story of Kepra and the Kemenu actually provide the parts and interactions for what today is called quantum field theory. This is something that Ankh doesn't understand. Ankh doesn't understand parts and interactions. So for the audience, parts and interactions of the parts make up something called a scientific mechanism. You have to have a scientific mechanism in order to have a complete scientific theory. If you don't have a scientific method, your theory is incomplete. So just put that in your notes while we're doing this thing here.
Some of the people in the chat, they're like, this is terrible. Like, really? Somebody put fire emojis in the chat.
Enqi got to dance while the music playing.
Right. Now, this is what
they say he think he can win all over with entertainment.
Quantum field theory uses the exact same motif and the exact same blueprint as our ancestors laid out. This is important for us to understand when we're talking about our historic sciences and modern sciences and the difference in between those, and then how to translate that over to the youth. Right? So this right here would be Kepra emerging from the Kemenu, as opposed to the electron or the first disturbance emerging from the quantum waves collapsing.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right, our ancestors wasn't really practicing science.
Now, the Kemenu described the mechanism, parts and interactions of the parts of the quantum world. Uncertainty, not chaos, waves of potential. We have binary forms of cosmic waves, infinity, darkness, and invisibility. Now, this plays into the spirituality, because the spiritual system was based on this cosmic blackness creating gods, which created the land, which created the people. Right? So very simple concept. Kim is black. Gods, black. The land is black. So the black gods make themselves, then make a black land out of themselves, then make black people out of that black land. Very simple concept.
Kepler
Kepler emerges from the Kemenu. Kepler, remember, is the god of evolution. Becoming, the definition of becoming is acquiring characteristics, passing into a new state. Definition of evolution, acquiring characteristics, passing into a new state. Just so we all on the same page. Just so we all on the same page. The Kemite saw the beetle rolling its ball as a sacred paradox. Let me move this off the screen. Here we go. Damn, why I can't get this off my screen so I can read my shit? Okay, I can't see my screen. The Kemite saw the beetle rolling his ball as a sacred paradox. What appears as a waste is actually raw matter of new life. The dung ball is information itself, compressed into a sphere. That's waves becoming a particle, carried across the desert of time. Inspiration. Modern science gives us the language to understand this framework in terms of thermodynamics. The scarab's ball represents the truth that energy is never destroyed, only transformed. The nutrients and material expelled by one organism become a medium for another. The sun's photons that drive photosynthesis eventually cycle into molecules, then into waste, then back into the soil, then back into new life. In this way, the beetle's ball is a rolling testament to the first law. What is lost is never truly lost, only repurposed. Right. Entropy is not annihilation. It is hidden coherence, distributed and waiting to be reorganized. This is the second law expressed as evolution. Disorder feeding emergence. Entropy feeding life. The third law of thermodynamics states that as temperature approaches absolute zero, entropy approaches a constant minimum, which is perfect order. This is the Kemenu, the black stillness of pre-time.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right, our ancestors wasn't really practicing science.
Now, we have a tomb emerge from Kepler, which is the Enqi for many people, or the beginning of the Enqi, which we know as the Iunu, emerges from our tomb. He said that. Earth life emerges from the Iunu. So, let me slow this down for you. The Kemenu is 8 sets of twins. Kepler is now a 9th. A tomb is a single, and then he creates 8 sets of twins. This is very important as a scientific blueprint. You have 4 sets of twins and one emerging from the 4 sets of twins. Then you have the one that emerged creating a new 4 sets of twins. This is very important as a scientific blueprint because what do we see in our DNA? In our DNA, we have 4 sets of twins and we have one emergent histone. So we have one histone and 4 sets of twins which regulate and control our DNA. So in Kemet, they taught us we have 4 sets of twins, then a creator, and 4 sets of twins, which gave birth to, amongst other children, Osiris, who created man, which is another 4 sets of twins and one creator, which we still see in our DNA today. This is modern science. So again, no, facts. H1 creator of 4
Somebody
sets of twins.
Somebody said Enqi cooking. He actually teaching us something. Ankh didn't teach us anything.
Kepler creates a tomb who leads to 4 sets of twins. That 4 sets of twins creates Wusia, who creates 4 sets of twins and creates your DNA. This is modern science. I want to make sure we catch it, or maybe you might have to catch it on the watch back. Now, coincidence. 2 royal legs, meaning addition and subtraction. Evolution is addition and subtraction of genes to the DNA. 2 royal legs is 2 meters. Each person's cell has 2 meters of DNA in it. Now, you might think that's coincidence, but we're going to get to that. Nature versus nurture. Nature is blind forces or powers causing and or regulating natural phenomena. The nurture is divine forces or powers regulating or causing natural phenomena. Very important distinction. Now, the origin of developmental homology. Developmental homology talks about how humans have certain things from amphibians and reptiles. We want to show that this is, again, from our ancestors. Modern science didn't create this, we did. Here is what amphibian and reptile eggs look like. And you'll notice that the allantosis is where respiration is passed
from reptiles and amphibians onto the mammals and humans. We have that right here at the birthing houses and the birth walls where they show right here on the right of your screen. This is a representation of the amphibians and the reptiles holding the Ankh to the new baby's mouth to give respiration. So here you have the reptiles and amphibians passing on respiration to the mammals, and then here you have it on the wall, developmental homology. Now, this also shows irreducible complexity because there are no arms, legs, hearts, and brains evolving slowly one at a time. You see a fully formed being getting ready to be animated by the breath of life, respiration, right? So you see no developmental homology here. You see intelligent design.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't really practicing science.
Now, in the funeral, in the tombs, in the funeral walls and the tombs, they had the goddesses of fertility coming out of these trees right here. This is very important because when you go to the hospital, ladies, and you take a pregnancy test, when you get a positive pregnancy test, it's called ferning. You see this right here on the screen? Make sure you're looking at this. Put the drink down. Look at this, what you see here. You see this? This is modern science right here. When a woman gets a pregnancy test, she sees the same things that Kemet put up as the goddess of fertility to recognize pregnancy. Yeah, I want you to make sure you see that. I want to make sure you see that.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't really practicing science then.
Now, how could they have known that biology in Kemet without a microscope?
Uh-oh.
How could they have known that? Well, because they had microscopes. See, and this is the problem with the Kemetic cosplay. With the Kemetic cosplay, they don't want to let you know where microscopes came from. And there is no such thing as modern science without a microscope. No such thing as modern science without a microscope. Here we see right here engraved in the wall where our Kemetic ancestors actually created and left the blueprint for microscopes and telescopes. What you see on the left of your screen is a modern diagram of what a microscope looks like. What you see in the middle section is an up-close version of what's left in the wall.
Zoom, the chat is going
eye at the top, matches the eye on the side.
Fire emojis.
What looks like a bread hieroglyph is actually a convex lens. That's very important because that's the thing that magnifies the image. Then beneath that, you see semen coming out of the phallus of men, the god men. He's releasing semen. And then you see a sperm cell accurately depicted under the convex lens. Now, why that's important is because the sperm cell is the smallest cell in the human body.
Is he trying to say Kemet knew science?
On God's green earth,
this is pseudo.
They could have got an accurate depiction of a sperm cell in Kemet without a microscope. But not only do they have the accurate depiction of the sperm cell, they actually have the accurate depiction of the microscope blueprint. So you have the eye, you have the convex lens, then you have your specimen on top of the tray. And then when you see those 3 striped lines under the tray, those 3 striped lines mean multiplicity. So what it's showing you is that when you look at the semen under the convex lens, you see a multiplicity of these semen cells or sperm cells. Just in case nobody knows what a convex lens looks like. Right? Just in case nobody knows what these things look like. We want to make sure
said why he pointed at that man thing.
Right? Not only do we want to make sure it's good and clear, we want to show
missing the whole microscope
of what the sperm looks like. Because when you see that they saw what the smallest cell in the human body looked like, that means they know what every other cell in the human body looked like. If they could see the smallest one, they could see every other cell in the human body.
Up in a second.
Now, for further proof, because I know Saw somewhere talking about source it up, they still have the convex lenses in the museums over there in Egypt. They got them in Paris. They got them all around, and they're inside these statues. So it's not only do we have the blueprint for the microscope, we still
one of my greatest allies just started calling me.
And if you want to go look it up, here's an article for you, because I know you might need an article. So here goes an article for you as well. We want to make sure that we source it up.
He got up there.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't really practicing science then, because the very rules in science that was created by science was that you can't mix your spirituality with it.
So it's important for us to understand. Now you got to look back at those things that I showed in the beginning of my round and go, wait a minute, it's not possible that they could have known those things. Yes, it is, because they invented the convex lens. They had the convex lens in the old kingdom. They had the convex lens in the middle kingdom and the new kingdom. Convex lenses, microscopes, and telescopes is not something new to Kemet. All of our modern day discoveries in modern science has been based on the microscope and the telescope. We invented that because, not despite, because we mixed our spirituality with our science.
And I think that y'all think I'm comedic, but most of you people who know me know that I am not comedic.
From the Bronx to the stars, he rises tall, teaching cells how to fight, how to stand, how to brawl. In our F2, got the system on lock. Defenses is so tight, like a vault with no clock.
Cerebral waves twist and the ventricles deep. Third eye spinning where the soul does lead. Holistic magic flows from his pen. Dr. Enqi, the teacher, the best has been. He's the GOAT. He's number one. The best ever. Bar none.
Hey, this fire.
It is fire.
This is heat.
The best ever. Bar none.
Yeah. Spinal fluid spirals like a gap.
All right, you want to just go and review something? Let's review a little something since we got a little bit of time. You know, after I let the theme music play, then we can go back and review.
Yeah,
so
back to that article.
No, you can look it up on your time, Unc.
Oh, okay.
I want to go back to the scientific discoveries that we left to the modern science to claim. I want to go back to things like this. Yeah.
But then you just.
I want to go back to things like that. I want to go back to making sure everybody get a good look at what a microscope blueprint looked like and what our ancestors left us on the wall. Because you know what your Egyptologists or your cosplay comedic buddies be saying? That's not a real penis right there for a semen sample. That's actually a vase. And they try to ignore the big whole man standing right there. So just so that, you know, the people in the chat won't be fooled by that, it's called the Hes vase, and we making sure we make it clear it's not a vase. It's actually a penis given a semen sample because we can see it with our eyes. It's actually a clearly defined sperm cell using a convex lens, and everything is not only put in the right place. Everything is not only labeled, but it's put in the right place. The eye goes where the aperture is. The convex lens goes next. The sample, what we got from the sample, the tray, and the magnifying.
Tonight you're right.
So we have everything here. See, this is what our ancestors called science. And what they did was they wrote it in the wall so nobody could come around and steal it or erase it later, so that their children, their children's children's children would know who did what, who created what, who wrote what. So nobody could come along later and say nothing crazy, you know, like this.
But then you just got to admit, well, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't really practicing science then, because the very
1 minute left
science that was created by science was that you can't mix your spirituality with it.
Hey, yo.
And
From the Bronx to the stars, he rises tall, teaching cells how to fight, how to stand, how to brawl. In our F2, got the system on lock. Defenses is so tight, like a vault with no clock.
Cerebral waves twist and the ventricles deep. Third eye spinning where the soul does lead. Holistic magic flows from his pen. Dr. Enqi, the teacher, the best has been. He's the GOAT.
I might look like
number one. The best ever. Bar none.
Time.
Number one.
All right,
She said time.
All right.
So when I share my audio, the sound comes out good?
It's doing just fine, Dr. Enqi.
I just want to make sure everybody can hear I'm the GOAT #1. That, you know.
We heard your closing of that. Okay, so now moving on to round 2, we have bringing in Ankh the God Killer. He's going to do his 2-minute rebuttal, and then you can go straight into
3 minutes. It was 3. It was 3.
It was 2, I thought.
Y'all with this 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, if it's a 3, is it 3?
It was 3. He got 3.
Okay. Listen, if he's fine, I'm fine. So now we're 3.
2, 3. You already cooked.
Okay, so
he already cooked.
You go into your 3 minutes, please, and then go straight into your 20 minutes.
No, it was 2 minutes. It was 2
all right,
minutes.
can y'all see my screen? Can y'all see my screen?
He had 2 minutes rebuttal. He had a 2-minute rebuttal.
I mean, no, damn, no, it seemed like 3 minutes, didn't it?
Okay, so we're gonna go straight in from your 2-minute rebuttal, Ankh, and then you just. I'm gonna come in when you have 1 minute left, and yes, we can see the flyer. When you start talking, I will start your time.
Okay, so basically, this man was not on topic. Was pangenesis the scientific portion of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? He didn't address it nowhere near that. Did Darwin produce a scientific theory of evolution? He mentioned absolutely nothing. All right, stop my time real quick. Let me put this up. Let me see. 1 second.
Your time is paused.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So I just want to make it for the record right here.
Where's it?
Quantum field theory versus evolution and Kepler myth. Short, clear comparison between modern science and Egyptian mythology. What is quantum field theory? A branch of physics that explains how fundamental particles and forces interact. Used in particle physics, not biology. This is a biological conversation. No role in Darwin's theory of evolution. He was all off topic. What is even evolutionary theory? Proposed by Charles Darwin, explaining species change through natural selection based on genetics, mutation, and adaptation, not quantum physics. Connection between QFT and evolution, none. Directly. Evolution does not need QFT to work. QFT is sometimes used as math tool populations models, but not in biological mechanisms itself. Man, he's a pseudo. Kepler, the Egyptian myth. Kepler, the dung beetle, symbolizes rebirth and creation, linked to the rise of the sun. Ancient Egyptians believed beetles self-generated from the dung. Egyptian symbolization and mythology, not science. Kepler explains cosmic circles, not species change. No evidence of evolutionary theory in the damn myth. Summary, QFT and evolution are separate fields. Evolution is biology, QFT is physics. Kepler myth deals with creation, not biological evolution, it's religion. The references, here's my sources. Now, let me go to my notes real fast. It's right here. So I did prove that Darwin had a comprehensive theory, right? No such thing as a complete theory. Theories are fluid. You can always add to it. It's not religion. I simply brought out the mistakes so you can understand the mistakes did not stop Darwin from producing a comprehensive theory. Science is self-correcting, okay? So our ancestors never practiced modern science. How could they practice modern science before modern science? He's a pseudo, he's twisting words, and he's officially out of control. Let me tell you this, man. Long as you live and breathe, don't you ever walk up into a debate with me with the flim, flam, bim, bam, boom, mixing quantum physics and biology. Man, you're not on topic, bro. You're nowhere near topic. You're talking quantum physics. You're talking Egyptian religion. You are not talking about pangenesis and Charles Darwin comprehensive theory of evolution, which has never been stuck. This is why people don't understand science. They actually think science is stuck. No, not true. Not at all. So theories can be always added on. When you look at my presentation, I clearly show how theories can be added on. How in the hell was Darwin to know about modern genetics? I guess he would have did what the Egyptians did. The Egyptians knew about modern science before modern science. Maybe they had some kind of connection to the spiritual realm that went forward into the future and brought it back. It's a bunch of malarkey going on here. Now I understand what the magic trick was going to be. He going to hit you with the flim, bam, 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 boom. Mischaracterize what I said in my slides. So listen, take your time, get on the ride, because it's going to get worse. I'm going to say this again. Our ancestors didn't practice modern science. It took the steps, it took the foundation of our ancestors, right? It took the foundation of humanity to move forward. Each step they got better till they could get to the point of modern science. There is no modern science without our ancient ancestors. I never said our ancestors didn't have collectible data. I never said that. What I said was modern science, as explained, separates your spirituality from your religion. That does not mean that the spirituality is bunk, that the spirituality is mean, that they didn't have a means of getting close to understanding the natural world. I never said that. What I said was modern science. Simple as that. So you're on a pseudo train with that nonsense. I just want to make sure it's very, very clear. Scientists make mistakes all the time. That does not mean that they can't produce theories. Enqi act like Darwin was supposed to know everything about everything. That's what most people think. How in the hell was he going to know about modern genetics, epigenetics? How was he supposed? You're basically saying that he's supposed to know everything about everything before it was even invented or understood. That's not how science works. Science works in steps. So the steps that Darwin brought allowed the next generation of sciences to get more information. That's why pangenesis, paradoxically, actually enriched Charles Darwin theory. So let me get on my presentation. That's my 3 minutes. Was that my 3 minutes?
That was more than 3 minutes.
You're actually at 5 minutes and 28 seconds.
Why'd you do that, though? You're supposed to stop me with my 3 minutes.
I didn't know you wanted. Okay, well.
Man, okay, well, that's
you have 17 more minutes. You have actually 18 more minutes.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to do. You got to stop the clock. You weren't supposed to do that. You're supposed to let me know when I was at my 3 minutes of my rebuttal.
Okay, I did mention that I wasn't going to stop you, but I will stop you if you
no
like.
Problem. No problem. So stop it right now. I appreciate you.
Okay, I got you paused, and so you have 18 more minutes.
Okay, let me get to my second round. I'm going to directly deal. Hold on, let me get it up. I'm going to directly deal with pangenesis and all that right now. Let's get right to it.
Time is paused.
Time is paused. Let me get up on the screen. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so you will have 18 more minutes. I can come in and tell you when you have a minute left, okay?
Darwin's predictions versus modern scientific proof. Why Darwin produced a scientific theory, exploring the concordance between Darwin's early scientific theory and today's scientific discoveries in evolutionary biology. Darwin's evolutionary legacy and modern validation. Darwin laid the groundwork for our understanding of evolution through groundbreaking theories, proposing species evolved over time through natural selection. Today, extensive scientific evidence, including fossil records, genetics studies, and observational data, confirm and expands upon, see the difference, expands upon Darwin's original idea, demonstrating a robustness to evolutionary theory. Darwin's predictions. And pay attention to the word predictions because theories are predictive. Scientific theories are predictive. Foundational theories of evolution. Darwin's theories establish evolution's foundation. Proposed natural selection drives species evolution, making beneficial traits more common. Revolutionize views on life origins. The voyage of the Beagle, H.M. Beagle. Darwin's H.M. Beagle voyage inspired his theories on species origin. He noted variations among species showing their role in survival adaptation. He circumnavigated the globe. This is where he collects all his scientific data. Impact on the origins of the species. Darwin on the Origins of Species, 1859, introduced natural selection, transforming biological sciences and integrating and igniting debates on evolution. On the origin of the species by means of natural selection, or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. In this extended title and elsewhere in the book, Darwin used the biological term race, interchangeable with varieties, meaning varieties within a species. He used the term broadly and as well as discussion on several races. For instance, of cabbage and the heredity varieties of races of our domestic animals and plants. He never was talking about races of human. That's my two sources at the bottom of that.
He just said he wasn't talking about humans? Oh, man, I think Enqi going to cook him for that one.
Yeah. What just happened?
I paused your time for you.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was my bad.
What? This part of the presentation.
All right, go ahead.
No, but he's queuing it up though.
Okay, we good.
It's resumed.
What?
If not Ankh, you know, he be having little clones running around. All right. So can you see that right there on the screen, Tom?
Yes, you're up and running.
Okay. No. I just want to make sure you could see it.
Yes, I can see it.
But I want to understand, you know, going to the inception of House of Consciousness, Sonetta on 125th, you know, you out there taking pictures and videos with white folks kissing your feet and Ankh being you know, I ain't going to say necessarily your right-hand man, but Ankh's been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just trying to understand, like, how has he made it a point all these years to stick around and teach white supremacy, right? So here's the book, right? This is the actual title of the book. On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. Now, when people are trying to hide the truth, they just leave it like that. They just say on the origin of species by means of natural selection, or they will paraphrase and just say Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. They leave this whole entire second part out. You see what that say? Or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Mm-hmm. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the white supremacist Bible. This is the science that backed any and all justification for what Black folks would experience throughout the rest of, you know, the 1800s going into the 1900s.
That's an outright lie. That man doesn't even understand that that book is the foundation of modern biology, evolutionary biology. Has nothing to do with racism. It wasn't talking about race. So how can we expect him to even understand the topic if he can't get past the title of the damn book?
Well, I mean,
confirmation of Darwin's predictions.
So he probably didn't see
modern science has confirmed Darwin's predictions through extensive research and fossil discoveries. This evidence validates evolutionary theory and showcases the reliability of Darwin's initial hypothesis about the species evolution. Transitional fossil evidence. The discovery of transitional fossil evidence, okay, like Archaeopteryx and Tetalik, has proven tangible links between major evolutionary groups supporting the gradual change concept proposed by Darwin. Genetic evidence in common ancestry, genetic studies, including the explanation of Hox genes, reveal deep evolutionary connections amongst diverse species, confirming Darwin's idea of shared ancestry amongst relative organisms. So I'm confirming his predictions. Biographical confirms predictions. Biographical studies show that species distribute aligns with Darwin's predictions, where island species closely resemble those of the nearest continent, exemplified by Darwin's finches. Darwin's prediction. Darwin predicted that gradual evolution would yield transitional fossils, linking major organisms and showcasing species changing over time. Modern proof. modern science has validated Darwin's predictions with significant discoveries of transitional fossils. Notable examples include Archaeopteryx, which illustrates the transition from dinosaurs to birds. Tetralek, crucial link between fish and trapezopods, and Australopithecus afarensis, an early hominid providing evidence for human evolution. So there's a prediction, there's the modern proof. Darwin's predictions shared anatomical structures. Darwin posited species with common ancestors would display similarities in their physical structure, known as Homo malinus.
You can't say that word.
Once again, Darwin posited that species, common ancestors would display similarities in physical structure. This is important. We talk about the human arm, the cat arm, and the whale arm. We talk about the one bone that connects to the shoulder. One bone, two bones, three bones in humans. Same in cats. One bone, two bone, three bones in cats. Same in whales. One bone, two bone, three bones in whales. Same with the bat wing. One bone, two bones, three bones. Modern proof of genetic evidence of ancestry. Modern scientific discoveries support Darwin's prediction through the identification homologous structures such as forelimbs found in vertebrates. Additionally, conserved Hox genes indicate deep genetic connections across different species, further confirming the theory of common ancestry. Darwin's prediction on biogeography. Darwin observed that isolated species like those of Galapagos share traits with mainland relatives due to adaptive radiation evolution. Modern proof of biographical evidence. We can see here by these finches, and we see the different sizes in their beaks. Although they was on different islands, they still shared common ancestry, and you see the different sizes in their beaks actually shows the modern proof. Okay, modern research supports Darwin's prediction. Extensive evidence, notably the finches, exhibit adaptive radiation, show coats in different environmental pressures can lead to evolutionary diverse species from a common ancestor.
They always try to use the finches.
Darwin's prediction, bestial structures. Darwin predicted that through the process of evolution, organisms would retain bestial structures, body parts that have lost their original function over time. This reflects their ancestry and changes that have occurred through evolutionary theory. Bestial organisms
atavisms, about to tear him up on this.
And atavisms, modern proof.
The vestigial organs.
Real-world examples. Visceral organs in humans include goosebumps, stress reflex, and pelvises. Ancestor. Okay, this is pivotal on what we talked about. Atavisms.
He said
human traits.
Goosebumps are vestigial organs. What?
Darwin's prediction on embryological development. Now, embryos of related species share traits, indicating common ancestor. This suggests all vertebrates evolved from a common ancestor, despite species diversion. Developed modern proof. Here's the proof now of his prediction. Modern proof of common development features. Scientific research supports Darwin's predictions, common origin seen in vertebrate embryos. Tails of mammals, birds, and fish. Hox gene reflects deep evolutionary connections. Darwin's prediction, gradual evolution. Darwin gradualism. Evolution occurs slowly over time through small inherited changes. Gradualism versus variegation. See, right here we have the bones of the fossil of a horse. Comparative research, especially in long-term E. coli experiment by Richard Leakski, has provided direct evidence for real-time evolution, demonstrating how variation leads to adaptive change. Fossil records of horses also illustrate gradual morphological transitions over millions of years, supporting Darwin's theory of evolution. Darwin's prediction. He predicted that humans would originate in Africa and continent where our closest living relatives, the great apes, are also found. This idea was based in geographical distribution of a species and evolutionary connections observed between humans and apes. Modern proof. The fossil record and genetics prove that humans evolved in Africa first. The summary of the evidence: testable evolution prediction, transitional fossil identified, homogeneous structure evidence, homogeneous, my fault, let me get this right, homogeneous structures. It's a biographical patterns observed, visceral traits demonstrated, embryology links established, gradualism and evolution demonstrated. Human
that means
origins
no homogeneous
traced back to Africa.
Yeah.
Charles Darwin developed diverse species in different environments.
I don't know the word.
He formulated ideas based on natural selection and adaptation. These ideas led to the development of his scientific theory. Scientific theories have predictive powers. Understanding Darwin's unified theory of life helps us appreciate both the interconnectedness of all species and the principles of evolution that continue to guide scientific research. Darwin's theory posits that all life forms share common ancestry created by a vast tree of life that explains the diversity and similarities in the species through evolution and natural selection. The fact that his theory had predictive powers proved it was a scientific theory. Can you stop my time? I'm switching over, please. Thank you.
I'm still paused until you're ready.
Okay.
You actually have 2 more minutes.
Damn, man, that's why I see that was crazy right there. You supposed to let me know that was crazy. That killed me right there. For the moment, did pangenesis overturn Darwin's scientific theory?
He said Ankh's pineal gland is calcified.
The introduction to Charles Darwin theory of evolution, we've already talked about what that was. Overview of pangenesis. Pangenesis proposed by Charles in 1868, posits that small particles called germinals produced by cells in organisms. It says, germinal definition. Germinals, tiny hereditary particles proposed by Darwin, are responsible for traits. Heredity, information transition. Heredity, information transfers from parents to offspring. Intercellular communication. Intercellular communication is how cells influence each other. Key in pangenesis. Darwin's perspective on pangenesis. I'm going to have to pass that. I'm going to get right to it. Scientific reception of pangenesis. It says pangenesis was introduced by Charles Darwin in 1868. 1870, pivotal hypothesis, initial garnered interest and support in the scientific community. Late 19th century skepticism grew as more evidence against pangenesis were mounted. Let's keep moving. Critique on pangenesis, limited experimental validation, conflicts with genetic inheritance, and misconception and heredity. Impact on Darwin's theory. Understand how pangenesis influenced evolution of genetics through the perception of Darwin's work. Initial acceptance of pangenesis, okay, shift toward Mendelian genetics. Mendelian principles gained traction. Pangenesis fell out of favor, leading to a paradigm shift in genetics. So that actually helped us move to genetics. Reevaluation of Darwin's ideas. Critique pangenesis prompted a deeper explanation of Darwin's theory and integrating new ideas. Legacy and ongoing discussion. Pangenesis, despite rejection, continue to inspire research and connection. Did you say stop?
1 minute. Mute up, please,
man. Yeah, come on. You got to stop my time. That was ridiculous.
Your time is paused. You have a minute.
You're not supposed to be jumping there like that, man.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to give you a little bit more time. Not a lot, so don't freak out, Enqi. He had 40 seconds left. I'm giving a whole minute. You have a minute left.
All right. Modern interpretation of relevance of pangenesis. Revisiting pangenesis in epigenetics. All right, we're gonna get on that round next. Exploring cell communication. We're gonna get on that. Let me get the right here. Hold on. Yeah, conclusion. Did pangenesis overturn Darwin? While pangenesis introduced a new perspective on heredity, it ultimately did not replace Darwin's theory of evolution. Instead, it revealed limitations in scientific understanding of genetics and inheritance, promoting a deeper investigation and eventual emergence of modern genetics. Darwin's pangenesis theory has sparked debate and research. Let me keep moving. Pangenesis legacy. Nope. Let me get right here. Let me get right here. Nope. Engaging discussion. Nope. I'm gonna finish. There you go. So hold on. I still got time. I can read that. Engaging in discussion. Okay. All right. I'm gonna talk about that in my last round. So I just want to make this clear, right? Under no circumstance, while pangenesis introduced a novel concept of heredity information flow, it ultimately did not replace Darwin's theory of evolution. Instead, it highlighted the complexities of heredity, leading to new research areas in genetics and cell communication. Remember I told y'all the science is counterintuitive? Yes, it is. So no, pangenesis never overturned Charles Darwin theory of evolution.
Time. Okay, thank you very much. Enqi, going into your round, this is the second half of the second round. Going into this, do you want to just flow straight through, or you want me to let you know when your 2-minute rebuttal is up?
No. I'm good. I want to flow right through.
Got it. So I will let you know at 21 minutes that you have 1 minute left. Your time starts when you start.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
This is his rebuttal, right?
We got this. Yes, honey.
Yeah, we got this, huh?
All right.
Oh, wait, can the people see me on the screen?
I will let you know. Nothing. We don't see you at all.
Yes, we can see you on the screen.
Okay,
no,
good.
We see Sonetter's name. We do not see
your
share.
I see him on the screen.
No.
I want the people to be able to see this. My daughter just.
Now we see you. Yes.
Okay, good. My daughter just made this book. Well, my daughter just made this book. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's proof of what I'm saying right there, because her daddy writes books, she writes books, and little science books right there. That's very, very solid proof right there of what I'm talking about. If we show them that it's in their blood, they will keep it going. She literally did this on the spot. I couldn't have planned this better.
That's beautiful. Your time's going to start when you start.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back at 21 minutes until you have a minute left. And whenever you start, your time starts.
All right, let's go, Enqi.
Ankh, that was crazy.
Darwin eats his own words.
That was crazy, Ankh. That was so crazy. I had to actually grab some pictures actually from your presentation. Now, you showed this in your presentation.
Enqi is so right. It's definitely the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I just want the people in the audience to ask themselves, is your appendix a vestigial organ? Is your thymus gland a vestigial organ? Is your tonsils a vestigial organ? Is your pineal gland a vestigial organ? Because many people, thousands, maybe into the millions, were mutilated based on Darwin's theory that these were vestigial organs, and doctors just cut them out of people. Now we're finding out that the pineal gland is responsible for converting serotonin to melatonin, and melatonin is responsible for protecting you from cancer, amongst other things. Now we know your thymus gland has a big role in your immune system. Think about all the people who had their immune system stripped out of their body because of Darwin's prediction. That's crazy. So when you have a bad scientific model, your predictions fail. Just like all the people that got their thymus and pineal, they got their brain cut open, lobotomies and all kind of foolishness based on Darwin's theory. Good scientific models are quite contrary to the different there. So I just want you to know, your first round you spent explaining why Darwin did not have a complete theory. Your second round, you just committed harikari. You just committed suicide on yourself. So this round here, we're going to concentrate, instead of concentrating on Ankh, we're going to actually concentrate on Darwin eating his own words, because Ankh done already ate his own words. I just hope he had some hot sauce. But now we're going to move to Darwin eating his own words. I want y'all to pay attention to this picture right here. Look at this picture right here. This goes to show the architecture of, wait a minute, that's not Kemet. That's actually a motherboard. See, this is the intelligence that our ancestors had. The temple architecture matches the actual architecture that we use today in modern computers. See, this is what I'm saying here when you get these comedic cosplay guys that's named Ankh and also God Killer. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, Charles Darwin
I've never
said,
seen somebody put them side by side
Ankh,
like
I want
that
you to
before.
make sure that since you haven't provided any sources, I'm gonna provide sources. I'm gonna let Darwin speak. Darwin said there seems to be no more design in the variability of organic beings and in the action of natural selection than in the course which the wind blows. You got that? No more design than in the course which the wind blows. That's Darwin's words. And just for you, Saw, make sure we sourced it up. There go the source right there. Y'all can look up the source later on. And here we go, Ankh.
Enqi's presentation skills are second to none.
I'm a circle, I'm a line, I'm a rhythm in time. The beat in my chest is a number divine.
Like, look at Enqi dancing.
All right, I'm trolling. I have a right to. You don't remember this joint?
You don't remember this joint?
I'm a circle, I'm a line, I'm a rhythm in time. The beat in my chest, it's a number divine. Fire in my veins, spirals in my bones. A map of creation written in my tone. We're living mad, can't you see? Numbers dancing in you and me. From the roofs to the skies above. Proof of a maker, a design of love. Design of love.
Come on, Ankh. Look, you had this in your first round, Ankh. Don't forget,
nice.
You put this in your first round. This is your slide. It said express mathematically. Many scientific laws can be expressed mathematically, allowing for precise predictions of natural phenomena. This mathematical representation is crucial. It's crucial. Huh, Ankh? What you said, Ankh?
Hey, that Cedric guy is in the chat.
It might taste better. Your words might taste better if you put a little hot sauce. Black folks, we like hot sauce. Darwin said there's no more design and variation in selection than in the course the wind blows. Our bodies are living math, pi and circular anatomy and rhythmic phase, Euler's number and growth and metabolic waste, powers of 2 and doubling and half-life clocks, square root of 2 and branch and load sharing, square root of 3 and hexagonal packing of tissues, phi, the golden number, and the square root of 5 in efficient spirals and proportion, Fibonacci sequence numbers and packing choices that minimize energy costs. These are not the footprints of aimless gusts of wind. They're grammar of design constraints, optimum shapes, minimal edges, stable rhythms. If your claim, Ankh, is no design, then show lawless random wind turns math into form, timing and function, from cells to systems. Intelligence is math function, representation, prediction, control, and error correction. The human body does all 4 in mathematical form. Metabolism follows Euler's number and growth and decay and uses feedback control to hold glucose. The pH, 7.365, which matches the days in a week and days in a year. And temperature at set points control theory. Cell division, memory decay, pharmacokinetics run on powers of 2 half-life clocks. That's predictive timing. Vessels and airways use the square root of 2 branch laws, and the golden number and Fibonacci spirals minimize work and dead space in the body. This is variational optimization. Epithelia and photoreceptor mosaics use the square root of 3 hexagons to optimize tiling. Gene splicing and chromatin behave like layered codes with redundancy and proofreading, error-correcting computation. This is not random. It's algorithmic structure implementing goals. The goals are to survive, repair, and reproduce under time constraints. Living math is the operational definition of intelligence. This is an intelligence model based on control with quantifiable invariance. Write all that down, just in case. Because I know your man Darwin said there's no design.
3-0.
Darwin said variation and selection show no more design than the wind. Let's go further, Let's get to the DNA. Large-scale AI systems expose how hollow that is. Every functioning AI stack has layered anatomy, a tokenizer, an architecture for grammar transformations, a training regimen that writes parameters, persistent memory, a runtime inference engine, and an operations layer. Biology mirrors that one for one. Yes, AI programs come from DNA programs. Your DNA alphabet and codon is the same as the tokenizer. Your ribosomes, tRNAs, and AARS equals the translation, grammar, and execution. Development and evolution equals the long and short-term optimization. Your genome, epigenome, and proteome equal persistent state transcription, splicing, and translation, which equals runtime. And signaling ATP economies, which is your quality and your control in your compartments for operations. In both domains, interpreters are central. Without a tokenizer and a code runner, symbols are just noise. I know that was a whole lot, so I'll go back to some music and some pictures in a second for you. We know when we look at AI in the human body, one of these two systems was intelligently engineered because we engineered it. And the other one exhibits the same modular dependencies. So, until you can specify a blind stepwise mechanism that co-originates a code and an interpreter, show a working partial where the runtime executes meaningful programs without a full interpreter, beat control and coding models at predicting the observed constraints. Until those tests are met, calling biology random like the wind confuses lawless drift with law-driven. Law-driven, like the Bible said, like our ancestors said, law-driven. Interpreter-centric computation. The architecture is the evidence. Two nearly identical stacks, one design, one said to be an accident. Now, we got more words for Darwin to eat. If it could be demonstrated that any organ existed which could not possibly be formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would break down. You can go ahead and source that up. Here's the citation. Unc, I know you looking up stuff on the fly over there. Did y'all notice that Unc chat GPT, the presentation in the middle of this on Kepler? Just saying.
Yeah, he definitely
So now we have the electricity inside the heart. It's called the QRST complex. It's very important. The heart is a controlled loop with 4 interlocking parts. The clock, which is the SA node, the AV, which is your delay. The AV node is your delay. It inserts a brief pause so the atria finish filling the ventricles. Without it, the ventricles would fire too soon and you would get, your heart would fail. Then you have a bus. This is your Purkinje network, which rapidly distributes the electric wave throughout both ventricles. Without it, activation is slow and desynchronized, weakening the squeeze. Then you also have to have insulation to make sure that the electricity fires perfectly in the right direction, or you have arrhythmia, and of course that leads to heart failure. So, piece by piece, same as a computer. Your clock, which is your SA node, is just like a laptop's timing. It comes from a crystal oscillator. Your body is designed that way. That's why we have piezoelectric tissues. Then you have your AV node. Computers insert intentional delays to keep order the same way your heart works. Then you have your Purkinje fibers, which is your bus line. This is your wiring that distributes the command or the electricity all at once. Then you have your insulation. It's called your annulus fibers. These are your dielectrics and your solder mask on the PCB. The same as a computer. This is how your heart works. So it's not possible to have this level of architecture in your heart and it be random or a mistake.
Right, right.
I'm sure you didn't read that part of his book, Ankh. I know you must have missed that. It's okay, because again, you said in your first round, Darwin didn't have any knowledge of genetics and everything, so he couldn't know any of this information. So, irreducible complexity, a complex organ which cannot possibly be formed by numerous successive slight modifications.
Words in my chest, they hum and glow. How did they know just where to go? Circuits like veins, they spark
and
and
Cedric
flow.
nigga is a clown.
Rhythm so perfect, no chance could so. Oh, it beats too smooth to find. To be a random design. This electric heartbeat, too sharp, too sweet, not made by mistake. No chaos could create this electric
All right, so just so you can see it, this is the architecture inside your heart. So Darwin wasn't aware of this. That's your SA node where the electricity comes from at the top left corner. And then right there, you see the AV node, and the yellow you see there, the golden you see is the Purkinje fibers, right? Here's a better view so you can see it up close and personal. This electric architecture in your heart completely dismantles Darwin, and not by my words, not by your words, but by Darwin's own words, because I'm sure you missed that when you read Darwin's book. You missed where Darwin actually put in his book how his theory would fall apart. So this is also a prediction that Darwin made that came true, Unc. The prediction Darwin made was when we found things about the human body that he couldn't understand, his theory would fall apart. And guess what, Unc? We accurately found things in the human body that he had no idea about. Just like the thymus gland that you said and Darwin said was vestigial, but people cannot live without it, without a full immune system, Unc. Just like the pineal gland, people cannot live without these things for a full immune system, Unc. Just like the appendix, which we know completes the immune system along with the tonsils, all of these things and more, Darwin predicted. So when are you going to start giving Darwin credit, Unc, for all of the predictions that he made that came true that actually debunk his theory? Here's the fiber. Here's the fiber. If there was no fiber, let's take a look at these 4 items. If there's no fiber on that electrical wiring, just so you know, the heart fails. So Darwin gave us his trigger. If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. A vertebrae heartbeat is a controlled loop, clock, delay, bus, insulation. Subtract any one and the heart fails. It isn't pumping in a vacuum either. Your heart is stabilizing a moving electrical medium, blood, whose magnetic properties shift with each breath. So those 4 modules must be co-designed to create your QRST wave. Evolutionary biologists, where is your falsifiable sequence? Right? We want to know, where's the falsifiable sequence? You have no step-by-step pathway. So when you're over there Googling to take notes, try to see if you could pull up the step-by-step pathway, or try to see if you can grab all of the step-by-step intermediates in your fossil record, Or you can find the origin for the fibrous insulation, because you won't find them. There's also no ordered sequence for chamber partitioning in the fossil record or the genetic record. There's no reconstruction for the Purkinje system in the genetic record or the fossil record. Your homology isn't history. Embryos aren't origins. By Darwin's own criteria, Ankh, until you show ordered advantageous intermediates, meaning if you show a heart in another organism that doesn't have all these things, you have to show how it gave an advantage to that species in order to be passed on to the next.
Yeah.
Because any heart that's missing any of these components will not function properly. So that, by Darwin's law, would not pass on to the next generation, because only things with advantages for the environment. And any heart that's less efficient doesn't give advantages. In fact, when the animals are running from the lion who's getting ready to bite into their butt cheeks, the one with the weak heart is lunch meat. Just in case you didn't know, Unc. So, by Darwin's own criteria, until each rung has been settled without lethality, that means that any change does not destroy the organism, the claim fails here. That is Darwin's standard. Darwin set that standard. The heart, irreducibly complex, and Darwin must eat his own words. Now, like I said, I know you're doing quick chat GPTs over there, and then you look up something in chat GPT and say, make a presentation of it. So we see that plain blue background with the white letters you keep pulling up. Make sure when you Google the next one, you do what I asked you and show the step-by-step pathway or the fossil record that shows all the selectable intermediates. Don't pull up no fast, quick copy and paste like you've been doing so far for the first 2 rounds. I'm just saying. Just saying. So we have Darwin eating his words here. And then, of course, you know what comes next, huh?
Oh, yeah.
From the Bronx to the stars, he rises tall, teaching cells how to fight, how to stand, how to brawl. In our F2, got the system on lock. Defenses is so tight, like a boat with no clock.
Cerebral waves twisting, the ventricles deep. Third eye spinning where the soul does lead. Holistic magic flows from his pen. Dr. Enqi, the teacher, the best has been. He's the GOAT. He's number 1. The best ever. Bar none. He's number 1. The best ever. Bar none.
Yeah. Spinal fluid spirals like a galaxy inside. Regulates the rhythm, keeps the soul in stride. From 158th to the world he preaches. Dropping knowledge like beats his wisdom teaches.
Lungs breathe true, cells light the fire. Every word he speaks lifts you higher and higher. Alchemy in motion, he's the healer of men. Dr. Enqi's the answer again and again. He's the GOAT. He's number 1. The best ever. Bar none. He's the GOAT. He's number 1. The best ever. Bar none. Bar
He's breaking it down, huh?
He said, man, got a theme song. Yeah, you got a theme song. You mad you ain't got a theme song.
Oh, it's all right if you get up and do a little move. Let's see that two-step. Come on.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr.
Oh
Enqi.
God, they know that song fire.
And we're coming into our final 3rd round. I will say this too. Thank you, Enqi. I would like to say with Ankh, what we're going to do, because of your rebuttal, you have a choice. You can do your 2
Yeah, that's
minute
Enqi's music from his slide.
rebuttal, adding that to what I'm trying to say, you can get 4 minutes. Get it? Because you didn't have a rebuttal at the beginning. You only got 21 minutes. So you can do either 4 extra, your extra 4 minutes with your 20, or you can wait
So that's 3
for
rounds.
Enqi to do his last round and come in and do a 2-minute rebuttal.
What happened again?
I don't think they count the opening statements
in
as
the
a round.
beginning. You did not.
I think they're talking about the rounds of rebuttals.
Well, actually, you just got 20 minutes.
Uh-huh.
So you have 2 minutes extra. So at the end of this, you have two choices. You can start your round and get an extra total 4 minutes, which is your 2-minute rebuttal plus your 2 minutes. Or you can do your 2-minute rebuttal now, do your 20 minutes, and wait for Enqi to do his last round and come in and do a 2-minute rebuttal.
All right, I'll do it that way. Let me get 2 minutes now and then 2 minutes later.
And I will let you know when your 2 minutes are up.
All right,
and you go into your 20 minutes. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm not ready yet, so let me pull this up. And
it do sound like they're giving him like an extra chance to respond.
Netta, where you at? So Netta, I want you to check your email. I sent something to you. It's a handout, and I want you to send that to people's emails. These are the sources that I have compiled for my debate. Everything is all sourced up. This particular round right here is going to be all the sources used to verify and identify evolution. So I'm ready to start. What I do want to start off right here, though, before you start the clock, I would like to actually start. Did you check the email, right, Sal?
Not yet.
Okay, you're not going to check it?
I'll check it now.
All right, so the people know I'm sending in the sources, the handouts for everybody. That's for everybody. That's how we doing it. All right.
All right, I see it.
Okay, you see it. Okay. All right.
Are we just chatting it up? I want to know.
Enqi,
come on,
you should be on mute, brother.
You should be on mute right now, bro.
I thought we was having free talk just now.
No, be on mute, Enqi. That's all.
Ain't this in between the round we just talking?
Okay, so this is my rebuttal round. I'm going to rebut this. So first of all, can y'all see the screen right here? So this is what he's using. He's using that intelligent design argument. Intelligent design is a pseudoscientific argument for the existence of God presented by proponents of an evidence-based scientific
This how
theory.
we starting off the rebuttal?
Okay, presented by its proponents as an evidence-based scientific theory. So he's already using it. How do we know he's using it? Because we got him, coach. Put me in the game. He's using irreducible complexity versus Darwin's theory. First of all, he's not even on topic. We know what the debate is. It's pangenesis, the scientific portion of Charles Darwin argument, and then Charles Darwin produced a scientific theory. He ain't touched that yet. But irreducible complexity and Darwin evolution is say the claim. Irreducible complexity. Intelligent design advocates argue some systems are too complex to have evolved gradually. Often cited examples vertebrates, heartbeat, and cardiac conduction systems. That's what he talked about, right? It's the claim. Removing one part breaks the system. Therefore, it could not have evolved step by step. This is used to challenge Darwin's statement of complex organs. Darwin's statement, if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed, which cannot possibly have seen formed by numerous successive slight modifications by theory, would absolutely break down. Now watch this. My theory absolutely break down. Watch this. Charles Darwin on Origin of Species, 1859. This was a scientific challenge, not a damn loophole. Science then, intermediate evolutionary stages have been,
and it's been falsified.
Documented extensively. So now they have documented it extensively. Okay? Now, stepwise evolution of the heart. Okay. Tourniquet simple, what is this? Percellate pump. Okay? Jawless fish. Two-chamber heart with basic conductions. Early vibrates. Compartmentalization of primitive noids. Mammals and birds, okay? Fibers, advanced conduction systems.
I don't know what the fuck he said.
Why is irreducible complexity claims fail? Modern functions, original evolutionary functions, intermediate stages can be functional but simple. Comparative anatomy and embryology reveal these steps. Legal and scientific consensus. Irreducible complexity is not science. This was demonstrated at the Dover trial, okay?
Your rebuttal time is up. You're going into your 20.
Scientific evidence support heart evolution. And here is my sources right there. So he made that up and he flim-flammed right out the damn gate. All right, stop it. I'm transitioning.
I don't know if you
Here
proved that.
Pseudoscience all the way. You gotta stop my time because hold on, let me see. All right, let me get my thing together here. Oh man.
You can copy and paste from Gemini.
No. Yes. Yes. Time begins now.
Okay, clock starts now. All right. All right, here we go.
19 missed calls from turninin.com.
Okay, scientific publications supporting evolutionary theory, exploring an extensive body of research and consensus of evolutionary biology. Here's the sources you was asking for. Understanding evolutionary theory, a cornerstone of biology, explains life diversity via natural selection, genetic drift, and mutation, unifies biological fields, insight into adaptation and speciation. Estimated number of evolutionary related publications in 2025. The volume of peer-reviewed research reflects the strength and contemporary relevance of evolutionary biology. We got 5 million sources on Google Scholar. I suggest y'all use it. We got another 1,500,000 on PubMed. Okay? We got 102,000 on Web of Science. Okay? Let's get that straight.
What is this?
180,000. Look at that. 180,000. What are we doing here?
Yeah, what is this supposed to prove something?
On Corpus. 45,000 in
like
Journal of Nature.
Appeal to authority, appeal to
40,000 in Science. 30,000 Proceedings of the Royal
Society.
Society.
Just racking up the fallacies here.
50,000 on PNAS. 20,000 Evolutionary Society, Study of Evolution. 15,000 Trends in Ecology and Evolution. Thousands upon thousands. Major scientific journals in evolutionary biology. Nature, a high-impact journal. Nature is renowned for publishing high-impact multidisciplinary studies that often include scientific contributions to evolutionary biology, making it a leading journal in the field. Science, interdisciplinary research. Science Mag is a major interdisciplinary journal that publishes groundbreaking research across various fields, including pivotal studies in evolution, genetics, and ecology that shape scientific understanding. The Proceedings of the Royal Society B, focus research. Proceedings of the Royal Society B, key platform for evolutionary ecological research. PNAS, broad evolutionary studies, publishes key studies in evolutionary biology and genetics, okay, impacting multiple scientific fields. Evolutionary flagship journal, Evolutionary Journal Hub for all things evolutionary biology. Trends in Ecology and Evolutionary Conceptual Advances. Trends in Ecology and Evolution is known for its synthesis of conceptual advances in innovative research, making it a vital resource for understanding contemporary evolutionary dynamics. Significance of scientific publication in evolutionary biology. Extensive empirical evidence. Numerous studies validate evolutionary concepts, offering unique insights and strengthening of the theory empirical foundation. They're always trying to make the theories better, and they always strengthening them. They do not stop. Interdisciplinary connections. Evolutionary biology connects with genetics, ecology, and paleontology, fostering a collaboration of innovation theories to explain complex biological phenomena. Foundational role in science. Evolutionary biology is vital for science, offering insight for conservation, medicine, and biodiversity, essential for tackling global challenges. If you didn't have a theory, you couldn't use it for all these things. Makes no sense. Key fields contributing to evolutionary research. Genomic and molecular evolution. Genomic and molecular evolution analyze genetic sequences and variations, trace lineages. understand mutation and natural selection, insight into evolutionary processes, paleontology and fossils. Fossils provide evidence of past species and evolutionary transitions, highlighting adaptation and extinctions. Comparative anatomy and developmental biology. Comparative anatomy and developmental biology explore anatomical similarities, differences, emphasizing common ancestry and evolutionary development. Population genetics and ecology. Population genetics and ecology examining genetic compositions and environmental effects on evolution. They model trait distribution and changes over time due to natural selection and genetic drift. Medical. All right.
This was upset. I was upsetting me. He didn't even make an argument.
Evolution. Medical.
He just reads some stuff. He's like, so you just made that up. That's wrong because I just read this slide.
Of evolution on health, pathogens, evolution, and drug resistance.
That's his debate style
essential
right
for
now.
Disease understanding and medical innovation. So you do not understand diseases without understanding through evolution. Broad scientific consensus on the evolutionary theory. The consensus among scientists regarding evolutionary theory is not just a matter of opinion. It is supported extensive research and verification from numerous fields. Recognized institutions such as the National Academy of Science and the Royal Society endorse evolution as the foundational principle of biological science, affirming the robustness and relevance in understanding the diversity of life. Scientific consensus on evolution is widespread, as well established and recognized by leading scientific institutions globally. The National Academy of Science, Royal Society, and American Association of the Advancement of Science affirms that evolutionary theory is the foundational to biology. Richard Dawkins has famously stated, the fact of evolution is as well supported as the fact that the earth orbits the sun, for some of y'all. This underscores the robust nature of the evidence supporting evolutionary theory, reinforcing its role as the cornerstone of modern scientific understanding. The scientific consensus of evolution, classical foundation of evolutionary theory, Darwin's groundbreaking insight, natural selection principles outlined, human evolution explored, synthesis on evolutionary thought, key contributions in molecular evolution and population genetics. This is based off his theory. Molecular rate variation studies, population genetic model, natural theory implications, selection, and adaptation studies, genetic diversity assessments, conceptual advancements, evolutionary theory. Genetical evolutionary in behavior, game theory in evolution, selfish gene concept, phylogenetics and comparative methods, phylogenetics analysis techniques, importance of comparative methods, application in evolutionary study software, phylogenetic analysis, integration in genomic data, Evo-Devo, adaptation and speciation, Evo-Devo bridges evolution, development, adaptation, diversity, speciation occurs through reproduction, isolation, key concepts in Evo-Devo evolution, human evolution and genomics. Neanderthal genomic insight. We wouldn't be able to do that without understanding evolution and Charles Darwin theory of evolution. Hominid evolution connection, impact on modern humans, ancient population migration, evolution, adaptation studies, the vital role of evolutionary theory in science and its future. Evolutionary theory is not only foundational to biology, but also enhances the understanding of diverse scientific fields, including medicine, ecology, genetics, as research processes. Future directions will likely focus on integrating genomic data, understanding species, integrations, and changing environments, and addressing challenges such as climate change and antibiotic resistance can only be understood through Charles Darwin evolution. Here's my sources. This side presents a comprehensive list of references that underpin the constant discussion throughout this presentation. It includes essential classical works, significant contributions to molecular evolution, key conceptual advances in the field and pivotal studies of variation domains and evolutionary
premeditated
research.
murder. Enqi said this would be a beatdown.
All right, can you stop my time? I'm transitioning. Please, I appreciate you.
They got aliens.
Transitioning. All right, let me get to the next.
Time is paused.
All right.
Well, you're at 12 minutes and 24 seconds.
I got what?
12 minutes and 24 seconds in, so you have about 8 minutes left.
Yeah, he in trouble. Hold on, let me get here.
Remember, you're going to do your 2 minutes after he does his last round.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me
or you could add it to this right now.
Well, let me see. I'll let you know. I probably need to just get this in.
Okay, let me know when you want your time resumed when you get that set up.
Okay, I'm ready to go. Let's get it.
Resume.
Global scientific consensus on evolution. So it's a global scientific consensus examining the worldview affirmation of evolution as the core of biological seen by national and international scientific bodies.
Time out, brother. You know your screen ain't sharing.
Oh, it's not?
Let me
No.
pull up at least
There
one.
you go.
Oh, shoot. I thought it was sharing.
I can see it.
Yeah, you took it down.
Oh, man.
No, we took it down.
Oh, shoot. All right, hold on. All right. That's my fault.
8 more minutes of locomotion.
Okay, hold on.
He said, I don't think Ankh comprehend anything he read.
You good now.
All right.
Okay, resumed.
They got to open this up for open debate, man.
All right. Okay, I read that. Y'all should have got that. Okay, here we go. Let me get this together for you real quick. Video together.
Because right now, people going to have their opinions, but it's going to be a large amount of people that's going to see this, and they're going to take this as, oh, Enqi, you was BS and woo-woo. But most of the people, they're going to be like, yo, Ankh was scared. He called in and said, nice to see I'm debunking modern biology. Or how did he say that? What was his exact words?
He said he would like to see you debunk modern.
Right. Okay. Right. That's one of those mind games that Ankh plays. See, that's why he hang up the phone real quick. Because my question was going to be right there. I was going to ask him, what connection does Charles Darwin's theory have to modern biology?
Why don't you tell us?
There is none. There is no connection of Charles Darwin's theory to modern biology.
Yeah, y'all heard that statement. Crazy as hell. Introduction to evolution as a unifying framework. Unifying what? Unifying biology. All biology on planet Earth. But this man doesn't know that. Let's go. We cooking them with hot grease. Globally, scientific organizations and national academies endorse Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and the modern synthesis as the cornerstone. I said it's the cornerstone of modern biological science. This theory serves as a cohesive framework that integrates findings from various disciplines, including genetics, paleontology, geology, highlighting the interconnectedness of life, the interconnectedness of life and biological processes. Why is Charles Darwin work on evolution a scientific theory? Explains diversity in life. Darwin's theory of evolution explains the vast diversity of life on Earth. It illustrates the processes by which species adapt to their environment. Natural selection serves as the driving mechanism for change. Species evolve over generations to better survive. This framework underlines the interconnectedness of all life forms.
Oh, we bread.
Supported by fossil records. Fossil records support evolution, evidence of species change, history of life on Earth, transitional forms, understanding biodiversity and adaptation. Corroborated by genetic evidence. So now we have genetic evidence for evolution. DNA shows genetic variation. Variations fuel evolution. Mutations add diversity. Genetics deepens evolutionary insight. Framework for biological processes. Darwin's theory, foundational for biology, explains adaptation, speciation, and ecological interactions, essential for understanding biodiversity. You would not understand biodiversity without Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. Darwin's multifaceted scientific contributions. Contributions to botany and geology. Darwin's impact beyond natural selection. Key contributions in botany and geology. Sexual selection theory. Darwin's sexual selection traits evolved through mate choice, enhances our understanding of evolution. Emotions in animals. Darwin's studies of emotions in animals reveal key insight into behavioral biology, highlighting evolutionary links between humans and animals. National academies and intergovernmental networks.
Academies.
Inter-academic partnerships involvement. U.S. National Academy influence. Royal Society legacy.
Yo.
Man. Geophysical
Nah, I was just
role.
looking at that. I was just looking at the Cash Money No Limit shit.
International scientific use. Key role in evolution.
Oh, yeah. I forgot they was doing that.
Yeah, promoting scientific advocacy, developing educational resources, facilitating research publications. This is around the world. Professional science societies, key role in evolution, advocacy for evolutionary education, research funding, opportunities, network for professionals, publishing scientific findings, promoting interdisciplinary collaboration. Consensus statements and resources. Science, evolution, and creationism. That's what he's talking about over there. He's trying to sell you intelligent design, which is another word for creationism. Detailed report from the National Academy of Science Institute of Medicine highlights strong scientific support for evolution, tackling misconceptions, a key resource for educators and policymakers. Voice of Evolution, resources from the National Center of Science Education, tools and strategies for,
What's wrong with creationism if it's supported by the evidence?
Accurate evolution education. We need accurate evolution education, not the religion he's trying to teach over there. Emphasizes teaching science with evidence to counter creationism misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a debate between a creationist religious person and somebody that's advocating science. African scientific support of evolution. Now we're trying to dumb down our ancestors. African scientific support. African national academies and regional scientific networks play a vital role in promoting and understanding and teaching evolution. This is what they do on the continent. The endorsement of the Inter-Academic Partnership 2006 statement on the teaching of evolution highlights the commitment to evidence-based science education across the damn continent of Africa. Don't let him take you back to the religious space age. The African National Academies, the IAP signatures, it says ASSAF promotes evolutionary education. AAS supports science initiatives. Uganda, the National Academy Advocates of Science. Nigeria, the Academy fosters research and collaboration. Sudan, Academy promotes evidence-based education. Egypt, Academy collaborates the evolutionary research. Zimbabwe, Academy supports the biodiversity studies. Senegal, Academy engages in scientific outreach. Tanzania, academic fosters scientific education. Ghana, academic promotes research collaboration. Kenya, academic involves youth in science.
He's in the chat. This is crazy. He's not explaining nothing he reading.
In conservation efforts.
Nothing.
Africa is in science.
I haven't given one piece of evidence.
To ancient Egypt mythology when the Egyptians themselves right now are practicing science. Pan-African and regional scientific networks. Yes, Pan-African and regional scientific networks promote scientific collaboration, supports regional research initiative, enhances science education access, fosters innovation in science, facilitate policies and advocacy.
What does this have to do?
Discipline specific African scientific organization. Focus on biological anthropology, promotes human genetic research, fosters archaeological exploration, supports biodiversity initiative, official actions and education policies. Endorsement of the IAP statement. The endorsement of the 2006 Inter-Academic Partnership statement showcases the commitment of African academies to promote evolution as a component of scientific education across the continent. You can definitely go to African museums.
You don't know how to say academy.
Promoting quote unquote evolution.
Like how you missed that?
Talk about they damn creation stories. You can do both.
Crazy.
You go so wrong in your
Exclusion
education as a
in
scholar,
national
and you can't even
curriculum.
say
See what I'm
academy
saying?
right.
Incorporating evolution into national curricula of Kenya, South Africa, Ghana emphasizes the recognition of evolution as an essential part of the scientific education, reflecting a broader commitment to scientific literacy.
1 minute.
ASS Symposium on Evolution. The Academy of Science in South Africa plays a pivotal role in advocating scientific discourse by hosting symposiums focused on paleoscience, evolution, and enhancing
Tina Gale.
amongst educators. International collaboration research. Africa Academy of Science collaborates with international partners in genomic evolutionary research, furthering solidifying the role of African scientists in global scientific advancement. A vital contribution of African Science Organization Evolution. African scientific organizations promote evolutionary science through research, education, and policy, ensuring it
Heavy
is
breathing.
integral to African scientific curriculum. Global scientific organizations support evolution. A multitude of major scientific organizations worldwide have formally endorsed Charles Darwin's scientific theory of evolution as the cornerstone of modern science. This asserts evolution to support overwhelming evidence for the various scientific fields, including genetics, paleontology, geology, emphasizes the importance of scientific education. Man, he out there flim-flamming.
Slow niggas is coming to earth.
Okay,
Calm
so
down,
you do have the
soldier.
2-minute rebuttal after Enqi's round. We will let Enqi go into his last round. Enqi, you have your 2-minute rebuttal plus your 20 minutes. As you say, you don't want to be stopped. So at 20, when you have 1 minute left, Enqi, I will come in and let you know you have 1 minute left. So your time starts when you say.
All right, he's doing the rebuttal, right?
He has 22 minutes total. He has a 2-minute rebuttal.
Good.
He's going to
I want to say, Nepal, you're doing a great job.
Thanks, Senator.
Very proud of you. Very proud of you being able to deal with these two gentlemen up here. And they, sometimes, confusion. But you're doing great. You're doing great. All right, let's get it going.
Is keeping time.
Okay, so Enqi, as I said, and Senators, you're going to do the question and answer round. So as we agreed. So Enqi is ready. You have 22 minutes total, 2-minute rebuttal. Your time starts.
Enqi making slides on the fly.
Your screen is showing your screen share.
Okay, so
Enqi is hilarious, bro.
All right, so this is simple. I want y'all to pay attention. He spent a good portion of his round talking about sources. He talked about sources, but he didn't actually show any sources. He talked about genes and genomic theory and genomic evolution. Genes has nothing to do with Charles Darwin. Almost 3/4 of his round. This is like in the courtroom when the lawyer says objection, and then the judge says sustain. Jury, I want you to erase everything you just heard from your mind because it has nothing to do with this case. All of that was gobbledygook.
That's
Nothing
real.
that has to do with genes or modern evolution has anything to do with Darwin. Also, he mentioned fossils. Ankh cannot show you any fossils for common ancestors. That was all gobbledygook. So I want y'all to do,
they can't do that,
is I want y'all to pay attention to this round. In fact, Joel, I see you in the chat. I want you to count the sources that I have through this round. Matter of fact, everybody in the chat, just count the sources so I can show
Is it
Toph?
How do you pronounce it?
Source up. So we can start right here. And this is the reason why
it's technically Tahuti,
the first round I had to show you.
True.
I'm sure Ankh knows nothing about this. But it was beetles that Darwin was first studying. Darwin was first known for studying beetles.
They're turning the debate volume up.
Darwin's first published work was in a book about beetles. Now, that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to help you out with some history. That's all. I just wanted to help you out with some history. And of course, you see it cited right there. You see that? Primary professional published source right there, just, showing you how you do it. So Darwin's theory was incomplete over 150 years, like Ankh confirms. Ankh confirmed in the very first round that his theory was incomplete, so he lost immediately, but we'll pretend he didn't. Incomplete is not a valid scientific theory.
Is that better?
Now, a mechanism. This is what Ankh does not know about. A scientific mechanism is a complex system of entities and activities organized together to produce a regular change or specific phenomena. These components and their interactions explain how something happens. This is very important because this is how Darwin got debunked, and I'll show y'all the sources for the debunkings. But I'll show you this is very important because Darwin never actually had a scientific mechanism. So his theory never was complete.
Yeah.
Now, Ankh, again, Darwin did not have a scientific mechanism. He only had a causal pattern. And I'm going to help you understand the difference between a scientific mechanism and a causal pattern because he didn't have a valid scientific theory without an actual working mechanism.
Right, yeah.
This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right.
Here come the music.
So we're going to go right here to the source. This is the #1 source that they use today. The Oxford Handbook of Causation. So again, somebody go ahead and make sure you count the sources.
That was a thing. Hold on.
Right? So we'll start with this one.
I just learned
Oxford Handbook of Causation. It explains a
Oxford
causal pattern
Handbook of Causation
isn't always used directly. It's embedded in the concept of causal modeling. Causal patterns refer to structured, often repeatable relationships between variables where one reliably influences the other. Now we jump down to the source right there. It's in chapter 14 of the book that you see here. This is how you properly source. Now we're going to go to chapter 15 of the same book where it explains scientific mechanism. A mechanism is more than a pattern. They are systems of parts and processes that produce outcomes in regular law-like ways. A scientific mechanism is defined as a set of entities and activities organized such that they are responsible for a phenomena through their interactions. These are mechanisms, Ankh. Okay? So now let's go to Ankh's source because Ankh has been using ChatGPT and AI this whole debate. So now let's go to AI and see what AI says. Right? So here's me. This is asking, did Darwin have a complete scientific theory? AI says yes. Darwin proposed a clear causal mechanism for his theory of evolution, natural selection. He based this mechanism on 4 observable facts, which together explain how populations of organisms change over time: variation, overproduction of offspring, differential survival, and reproduction. Now here's me. Oh, here's Gemini still continuing. A key missing piece. While natural selection was a groundbreaking mechanism, Darwin understood that his theory had a key gap. He did not know the mechanism of inheritance. Blending inheritance, a critic pointed out, this would cause any new favorable variation to be quickly diluted out of a population over generations. Here's me. Well, that's not exactly true, right? Without the mechanism of inheritance, he actually only had a causal pattern, right? He had no physical mechanism, and the scientists of his time said so. Close that door. Gemini says, you are correct. Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection lacked a physical mechanism for inheritance, and this was a significant point of criticism from his contemporaries. Without a modern understanding of genetics, he could only describe the observed pattern of inheritance, not the underlying process.
It's over.
Darwin was unable to answer his critics directly. While Darwin understood he needed a physical mechanism for heredity, he could not provide one. He proposed his own hypothesis, pangenesis, suggesting that all parts of the body emitted particles called gemmules that collected in the reproductive organs. So here's me. I asked Gemini, do you need more than a causal pattern for a scientific theory? Gemini says yes. A robust scientific theory requires more than just a causal pattern. It needs a verifiable physical underlying mechanism to explain how that pattern occurs. A causal pattern observes and describes a consistent relationship with variables A causes B, but it does not explain the phenomena. A physical mechanism explains the specific processes, interactions, and structures that cause the pattern to happen. Darwin's theory of natural selection is a perfect example of this distinction. The causal pattern. Darwin observed the causal pattern of adaptation that over time, species seem to change to better fit their environment. He also identified the driver of this pattern, natural selection, a process of differential survival and reproduction. Gemini continues. The complete theory. It wasn't until the rediscovery of Gregor Mendel's work on genetics, in the early 20th century that the physical mechanism of inheritance
Which is why he said he don't have nothing to do with genetics.
The subsequent integration of Darwin's natural selection with Mendelian genetics, known as the modern synthesis, created a full and complete theory of evolution we have today. Therefore, Ankh's own source says that Darwin did not have a theory. And just for the record, Darwin died before Mendel's work was added to his work. So Darwin died without a complete theory. I just want y'all to know that. So again, Ankh, Darwin did not have a valid scientific theory. Okay? Just for the record here.
This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right.
Music,
Enqi just basically like
now we have another source
taught
here.
niggas about biology and shit the whole time, and then just knock out in the third round.
Natural selection and the mechanism behind natural selection. And we're just going to go ahead and skip all the way down to the main part that you need right here, right? Because I know we need sources. So I want y'all to be counting these sources. Is anybody counting the sources yet? You see right here what it says in the abstract? Consequently, characterizing natural selection as a mechanism emerges as an implausible stance. You see that?
Some lackeys in there.
You got biased
Published,
people in
cited.
there.
This is what a source looks like. This is what a source looks like. You've provided us with none. Now, pick your head up. There you go. Pay attention. Look, here's a second source, a third source, and a fourth source. All four of these articles, all four of these sources are saying the exact same thing. It is a population-level statistical effect, not a discrete interacting process. For example, a beetle population changing from green to brown is a statistical pattern resulting from many individual instances of birds eating green beetles. Difference from other evolutionary factors. Pay attention up. This sets natural selection apart from other evolutionary factors like mutation, which is a discrete and tangible molecular process. Do you see what they're saying here, Ankh? They're saying that the molecular processes are the actual mechanism. Let's keep going. Emphasis on lower levels. It draws attention away from the what's right there circled, Ankh? Real, immediate causes of death and reproduction, such as specific events like predation or competition. So when they use real, they're inferring the opposite to what Charles Darwin had, just in case. Now that I've given you modern sources, starting with the Oxford Handbook that they use in Oxford and Harvard, then I followed up with actual articles that we could actually source, the audience could look up.
You got the GPT mic
now
open
we can go back to Darwin's time and see when he was actually debunked and by who in real time. So we're going to go ahead and get Sa to pull up in the DeLorean. Yeah, we're going to go back to the 1860s one time, Ankh. You watching, Ankh? Here's the fifth source for you. Look, Ankh, here's the fifth source. Britain's top anatomist read Darwin's work and said that the work is speculative at best because he does not have a scientific mechanism. Ankh, are you seeing all the debunkings? That's the fifth source. Ankh, here go the sixth source. Look, this is what sources look like. This is Samuel Wilberforce. He's the Bishop of Oxford. This is the head guy of Oxford. The head guy of Oxford pressed Darwin for evidence and said these are causal accounts that are inadequate for a scientific theory. The Oxford scientists demand that he prove the mechanism, debunking him front and center in Britain's largest, most important public science forum. Did you not know about these things here? Here's a seventh source. Look, this is Adam Sedgwick. This is Darwin's geology teacher. This is Darwin's geology teacher right here debunking Darwin. And here's the source. Darwin's own teacher said, I have read your book with more pain than pleasure. I have read your book with absolute sorrow because I think it utterly false. you have deserted the true method of induction,
I'd
and
drop
many
some
of
fire
your
emojis
wide
myself.
conclusions are based on assumptions which can neither be proved nor disproved. Put your head up. Look at this, what I'm showing you here. Here's another one. Blending inheritance swamps advantageous variations. With particulate heredity, selection is failed. Darwin called Fleming Jenkins one of his toughest critiques, and this is what led him to pangenesis, because he was constantly getting debunked for not having a mechanism. Are you taking notes? Here's the 9th source, the 10th source, the 11th source, the 12th source, and the 13th source. Are you copying all these sources down?
Yeah,
because all of these sources are from Darwin's own time period, and they say that Darwin did not have a scientific mechanism, so they could not take his scientific theory
They're gonna vote
seriously.
at the end on the winner.
Enqi said, I'm going to take you back to the source.
You taking notes?
He got a DeLorean.
We got the 14th source, the 15th source, the 16th
19th
source,
Damn,
the 17th source, the 18th
just
source,
overkill
the
now.
19th source. This is coming from the Harvard Gazette, This is coming from the Harvard Gazette, the Encyclopedia Britannica. This is coming from the Harvard debates, the Harvard records. This is coming from the American Academy of Arts and Science in January of 1860. Are you seeing this? This is coming from Harvard's top paleontology professor. This is coming from the Museum of Comparative Zoology.
Stop at 19.
Do you see these sources? Look at this right here, This is Darwin's own partner. This is Alfred Russell, the co-author of The Theory of Evolution by Natural Selection. And he said Darwin messed up the whole theory, and Darwin had him
Darwin got me fucked up.
He had to go on and then debunk Darwin in a series of articles, and then put out a book called Darwinism.
Yeah, bro, I'm waiting for him to mention when medical school started.
And explain how Darwin did not have a scientific mechanism.
That's exactly what I was waiting for tonight.
Appreciate Darwin presenting the material to the scientific community until they had a time to fully work out the theory. So I just want you to understand this, Not only did you not understand what a scientific theory was, because you didn't know what a scientific mechanism was. You didn't know what a causal pattern was. In fact, everybody in this debate has watched me do to you tonight what I've been doing to you every time I pop up on Sinetter's channel, which is introduce concepts pertaining to Darwin that you never heard of before. How do we know you never heard of it? Because in the 1,000 times you've explained a scientific theory to us, you have never once mentioned a scientific mechanism or a causal pattern or the difference between the two and why it's important to have one. Because the predictions and the experiments that you do to validate a scientific theory come from the scientific mechanism. And so when you don't have that, you don't have a complete scientific theory,
Show us that mechanism.
A chimpanzee was the key to you and me. But now the truth got a brand
He got the monkey dancing.
Donkey Kong.
switched up the whole pursuit. It's monkey business. Oh, no, monkey business. Let it go. Swinging ideas that just won't last. Darwin's theory, a thing of the past. They told us tales about a family tree, but the roots don't match the reality. A fossil here, a fossil there. But no missing link, just empty air. Now the groove has changed, the record scratch turns out that.
Now, hopefully you understand he did not have a scientific theory, so he did not have a valid, he did not have a scientific mechanism, so he didn't have a valid scientific theory.
This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right.
Now, are y'all counting the sources in the chat? Joel, are you counting the sources?
Uh-oh.
This is the 23rd source right here. This is the 23rd source on pangenesis, on Darwin in general, but I believe this one specifically on pangenesis. It says critics highlighted the theory's lack of mechanisms of inheritance and development. In 1859, Darwin had not explained how environments cause different organisms in the same population to vary their traits or how offspring inherited those variations from their parents. Darwin proposed pangenesis theory to complement his 1859 theory of evolution via natural selection. I wish Jabari was here because he kept asking me, did I have sources for this material? Make sure you send a copy of this to Jabari. Darwin never had any experimental results to support the existence of his theory.
Yo, type Enqi 3.0
Darwin
in the chat,
based his
in the Zoom
pangenesis
chat.
theory as well as the theory of natural selection on his observations of turtles, finches, and other species. That's it. That's it. And we know what happened to pangenesis. His cousin Francis Galton tried to hold it down and tried to validate it. And what happened to the rabbits? They killed up them rabbits. They manipulated the rabbits' blood. And ultimately, Francis Galton wound up being the next person to debunk Charles Darwin's theory because he created pangenesis so that he would have a mechanism and he would have a scientific theory. But once pangenesis was debunked, he was back to start without a complete scientific theory, just for the record, so we clear. So we have Darwin's teacher debunking Darwin, Darwin's co-author debunking Darwin, Darwin's cousin debunking Darwin, Britain's top anatomist debunking Darwin, Oxford University debunking Darwin, Harvard University debunking Darwin, the Royal Institute for the Royal Society debunking Darwin.
This man just said
a lot of the same people he was mentioning
didn't fully explain
when he was going over all them.
Right.
He got to play his theme music now.
Now we go back to the source again. Darwin died with the incomplete theory of evolution. And what does it say right there, I want you to read it while the audience reads it. Joel, you in the chat, I want you to read it at the same time. Yes. Darwin died with the incomplete theory of evolution because he did not understand genetics. The very thing that Ankh has been trying to lie and pass off all night as Darwin's. Yeah, because modern genetics this and modern genetics that. Modern genetics has nothing to do with Darwin. And as you've been saying, Darwin's theory is the conversation we're having tonight. We're debating Darwin's theory, Darwin's concepts. Darwin didn't know anything about genes. Darwin died with an incomplete theory of evolution because he didn't understand genetics, the mechanism for how traits are inherited. He was also unaware of the age of the earth at the time, and the fossil record was incomplete. This is why Ankh can't show you any common ancestors to validate anything that he's saying.
Came from the jungle swinging free. A chimpanzee was the key to you and me.
Just you gotta add in the overkill.
Brand new suit. Science done switched up the whole pursuit. It's monkey business. Oh, no.
Look, man, you know Cedric gonna ride for his man.
Yeah. Cedric man bias.
Swinging ideas that just won't last. Darwin's theory, a thing of the past.
He said, where did this man find these songs?
But the roots don't match the reality.
That's Uno.
A fossil here, a fossil there. But no missing link, just empty air. Now the groove has changed. The
Cooked.
Now we can look at actual names so I could give you a source of more sources, because guess what, people? There's actually a petition by scientists to get Charles Darwin thrown off of the scientific record. This is not about religion. This is not about creationism. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you right now scientists that are not creationists. These are actual scientists, a variety of them from every field of science in modern science right now. Every field of science. And they're saying Darwin was debunked 100 years ago, and we need to stop referring to Darwin and stop teaching him in the schools. They put together a petition. This is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
This is hard evidence, too. Because he just got done appealing to all of these scientists and this science consensus. This tears the entire argument, but like the only little argument he tried to make apart.
1 minute.
I ain't no fish, no crawling slime. Got a soul too big, and it's ready to
Hundreds of sources. Enqi said, I got sources on sources on sources on sources.
Oh, shit.
Clean up on aisle 19.
Oh, my God.
He wrote his book with a careful hand, but I've got a rhythm
It's over, yo. It's over.
This groove I've got. This heart ain't random. It's red hot. They say we're dust. Just chance and time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Enqi.
Thank you, Dr. Enqi.
You're still on the screen, Enqi. You good? That was great. You're muted.
I'm not on the screen.
Okay, great.
said
So if
Enqi
you could just
picking on
read
the
out,
floor
we're
in
going
the
to
sick.
let Ankh do his 2-minute rebuttal, and then Sonetta will come in and do your question and answer round. Ankh, you have 2 minutes to rebut that final third round that Enqi presented. Your time starts when you're ready.
Enqi
Yeah, go
killed
ahead and
this.
start the time. I think it's very important to know that there is no single complete theory of evolution. That's by design, by science. There's no such thing as that. There's no fixed, complete theory of evolution. There's a robust, evolving scientific framework built on Darwin's foundation, expanded by modern biology, genetics, and all that. So
Yeah, he ain't making the
he's just
argument of his
flim-flamming.
own.
Let me share my screen
The
real
critical
quick
thinking is
and
not
get him
there.
out the game. Oh, what tangle where we weave when we practice 2DC.
That is not a phrase
One
he should be
second
attempting
here.
to
Let me
say.
get this. 1 second. Let me get this on the screen. Okay. Hold on. Damn. Do it again. 1 second. If I can get this on the screen. Okay.
I guarantee you,
Y'all
even
can
if
see
you
the
took the
screen,
slides
right?
away from Enqi, he can make the argument.
So y'all see right here, natural
I
selection
don't know about
mechanism
this guy.
phenomenon. Chunk Ankh weight. This is what he used, right? Of course. Let's see. Here we go. Now, natural selection mechanism versus phenomenon. Here's that source he talked about, he showed.
Why
He's a pseudo. A pseudo always dies a day source. Chunk away 2024 natural selection mechanism phenomenon. Published online, April 4/24. It's not even a high level. It says discusses natural selection in the context of messianistic philosophy. He's using philosophy, explores how natural selection should be characterized as a mechanism, emphasizing the distinction between mechanisms and phenomenon. Man, that man's not the pseudo. Enqi is the pseudo. What the paper argues, not all instances of natural selection produces adaptation. Natural selection must be linked to a specific phenomenon. Clarifies how to define natural selection mechanistically, philosophical refinement, not scientific debunking. What the hell is going on? Mechanism versus phenomenon. Mechanism explains how the process.
These are his bullet points.
Trait frequencies. Phenomenon. What we observe. Adaptation. Natural selection remains
a valid
mechanisms, but its scope must be defined precisely. Why this is not debunking. The paper does not claim
these slides
like false like
in the
Enqi
middle of
did.
debate
It calls for conceptual clarity, not rejection of evolutionary mechanism. Empirical evidence for natural selection remains strong and well documented. Philosophical refinement strengthens,
honestly,
not weakens
they would kind of have to
scientific
be.
exploration.
Okay, we're at the time.
Selection, pepper, morph, evolution. Doing. What'd you say?
Time.
Anyway, y'all see it on the screen. And here go my sources. He a damn pseudo cheating. We called him cheating. Misreading scientific papers. You lost your mind. And all
right,
trash.
All right. I want to say thank you, Nepal.
That was not a good rebuttal.
Job as
that
always.
Was a terrible rebuttal.
When you were doing this type of work. Huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say you brothers could take a break.
He could at least show like some kind of like quote from the source. He just put his own bullet points, like summarizing what he thought it was saying or something. Supposedly, we don't even know if he knows.
Question and answer period.
He don't know shit.
Where
Cedric
all
is making up slides and sending it to him on
have
the
to
fly.
be answered. This is a part of the debate. How y'all doing out there, man?
You know we got
the after party already set up for everybody to come on through. Tell me why you feel this person won, Ankh or Dr. Enqi. Get it in. This is going to be a great joint. And remember, let's not let Captain Tazariak off the hook.
Right.
Let's not let him off the hook. That's going to be a great debate.
What does he mean?
This one.
I do want to say, both of them are doing great, and I appreciate the people in the audience. They're very engaging. We appreciate your participation and your support, obviously. This is really great. This is on both sides. I think it's a pretty good debate. So I appreciate you coming in, Sonetter, and taking over for this question and answer round. You said 4 questions. I know you're going to recap it when Ankh gets back, but it's 4 questions, right?
Right. But let me say this right quick before I get in. I wanted to say, Dr. Enqi, do you have anything where the people could find you? Come on, man. Let's give something up. Where can the people find you doing your work?
Jed School.
I would have a couple questions. I ain't gonna lie.
Jed School.
Jed School.
Okay.
That's my page. Dr.
That's your whole social media. That's all you got.
That's the best. Yeah, that's the best place.
Okay, Jed School. Y'all hear it first from the man himself.
And is that spelled D-J-E-D?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you have it, y'all. Jed
There's
School.
a number to call in. I'm calling in.
All righty.
Still got some time
number?
left.
I do want to say this. I'm not biased, but that was pretty good tunes you're playing up there, Dr. Enqi. Just letting you know.
I had to try to put on.
Yeah,
try to
the
put on a
music
nice
with
show.
the sister singing was
I
crazy.
ain't seen nobody drop a number.
I know, right?
I like that joint right there.
I'm
What
scared
they mean,
to
like
ask.
they probably mean like through the Zoom.
Put on a nice show.
That's what I thought.
After this, I'm about to release a nice about a music. We're gonna do a nice celebration.
All right. Thank you for that. We got Ankh back. Ankh, do you have any social media you would like the people to know about where they can find you more at?
So, okay, man, you can go into the community skeptics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Right. Also, go ahead and catch me at the Pseudo Killers.
Community
right?
skeptics.
All day, every day, man. Big up to Dr. Oyamayat. Big up to the whole Pseudo Killer team, man. Pseudo Killer Army, man.
Skeptic.
You know how we're doing it.
All right. I see you hungry there, man. Getting a little snack.
They've been working for it's over an hour. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to you, Sonetter. Thank you so much, everybody. Peace to the debaters in the chat.
What you drinking? Goat milk?
Peace.
Drinking pseudo.
He said Enqi finna go live right
All
after.
right. So here we are, brothers and sisters. We are now at the Q&A. Being that Ankh went first, I want to allow you, Dr. Enqi, to go first in asking Ankh a question. All questions must be answered, which is a part of the debate. And the time will start.
Wait a minute, but why would I be going first instead of Ankh?
Brother, just follow what I'm saying. I am the moderator. All you got to do is follow what I'm saying, brother.
All right, so I'm asking him a question, then he's asking me one, or we doing 4 straight?
Yes, that's the way it's going to go. He opened up first, so now you're gonna close last. Don't worry about it. You know.
Okay. All right. So Do you understand that Charles Darwin died without a complete theory?
You got a minute to answer. Time will start.
Enqi misunderstands what an actual theory is. There is no such thing as a complete theory. He mischaracterizes science there. So his question is crazy. No person understands scientific literacy would ever say.
Are you going to answer it?
That a theory is incomplete. It's constantly, you can add to it. No such thing as what you just said. You made that up. With people from the 1800s talking, Wilberforce and them. They the sources you use.
A scientific
hold on, Enqi, you got to wait until his time is up.
Oh, so basically what I'm saying, he uses outdated sources in the 1800s.
When did Darwin write his book?
Genetics, right?
Like
everybody in science doesn't have to agree. And as a matter of fact, those sources you brought with those writing that letter, man, they not even trying to debunk evolution. That's the point. We're going to bring it up in the after show. We're going to get you real good here. So point blank, there is no such thing as a complete theory. You made that up.
Time. All right. Hold on, Enqi.
I mean, you gotta at least have a theory.
Both of y'all, if y'all answer the question fast enough,
it doesn't qualify as a theory.
You can always go back
theory.
And do some rebuttals within
this
your
is like
time.
Semantics.
If you want to say something within your time.
Yeah, he plays
that's
semantics.
good.
Yeah.
That's good. See, you're a professional. You know how to do this.
Right.
Enqi, let's continue.
It's
it's your turn. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Now, you have to be smart to ask questions. And I don't think he has the ability to ask questions. Who's Cedric taking?
Yeah.
How do we understand?
Yeah, he probably getting the question from somebody else.
In science.
Time stop.
We have to have a validation process. So when you have, like, for example, a scientific theory has specific parts. And integral to a scientific theory's parts are that you have a complete scientific mechanism. So that way you can validate the scientific theory through experimentation and predictions on the results those experiments will bear out. And when your experiments and your predictions fail, as like Darwin's did, then the scientific theory is rendered incomplete, and you have to go back to the drawing board until you can complete the different parts of a scientific theory. So that's why when you read the scientific theory definition from Wikipedia, it actually elaborates on those parts, and you can't have a complete scientific theory without that.
Time. All right, Dr. Enqi is on you.
He asked ChatGPT what to ask.
Do you accept the fact that Darwin's theory of evolution was incomplete until after he died and they added Mendel's work to it?
Time stop. Can't hear you,
Okay, actually what happened was genetics actually added to the strength of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. It gave more explanations to more things. So, like I said, you're misunderstanding what a scientific theory is. A scientific theory doesn't mean something is complete and the person that comes up with the theory knows everything about everything. That is religion. Religion knows everything about everything. It absolutely makes no sense in scientific discourse to say that Charles Darwin didn't have a scientific theory. Now you're saying that he had a theory, but it wasn't complete. Make your damn mind up, man. And at the end of the day, man, we not going to do this. We not going to mischaracterize science, what we think it is, what you feel it is. At the end of the day, Charles Darwin has the foundation. It's the cornerstone. I showed all the sources of modern biology at the end of the day. Okay? So, yeah, bro, you need to get that straight. Go back and look at the presentation. It'll help you out in your pseudo endeavors.
All right, Tom.
So... he didn't say anything just now.
Okay. Why did Native Americans become sick when they encountered Africans and Europeans?
Time stop.
Fuck.
Why did they become sick? Any wild variety of reasons they could have became sick, because they weren't used to the climate, the air, the water, the bacteria, the viruses There's a zillion different reasons why they could have got sick. So that actually doesn't that you might have just wasted a question on with that one. But what I'm trying to get you to understand though, and this is part of my answer,
it's
is
literally
that we weren't
irrelevant.
debating modern genetics. We weren't debating whether Darwin's theory was the cornerstone of gene theory and modern biology. What we were debating, I'm not even sure if you know what we're doing here, but we were actually debating whether Darwin had a complete theory, because that's what the question is. Did Darwin have a valid scientific theory? And without the scientific mechanism, the answer is no. So this is why I showed you over 20 sources. 20 sources. I even started with the Oxford Handbook that showed the difference between a causal pattern and an actual scientific mechanism. I think you're avoiding.
Enqi, when I say time, you could have completed your sentence. You ain't had to just stop right there. You could have completed.
Let him finish his sentence. You good? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, no. I think the people get the point.
Okay. All right. Unc is on you.
Yeah, I got the point.
No, it ain't. It's on me.
I mean, Enqi, your third question.
Correct. So, you do agree that you lost the debate, because you do agree, like you said in your first round, your second round, and your third round.
They be throwing the messages in there so fast that you getting caught up.
A complete theory, and I'm not sure if you understand that when you keep saying that when Mendel's genetic information was added to Darwin's, it strengthens it. You saying it like Mendel lived across the street from Darwin and he helped him out and just gave him the missing homework answers. Darwin was dead long before they added Mendel's theory to Darwin's theory.
Brother. Question.
Do you agree that you lost because Darwin's theory was incomplete his entire life? At the time of his death, Darwin died with an incomplete theory. So do you agree that you lost because you have not proved that Darwin's theory was complete? In fact, you admitted that it wasn't.
One thing around here in these debates, the first person to start talking about day one must have goddamn lost. Let me make this point right here.
There is
no such thing as a complete theory of anything, because new information will always come forward based off of better technology. So better technology came along, and it did not. It could have debunked his scientific theory, right? But it did not. It actually added to it. And we talked about how scientific theories don't really get debunked.
You actually explained what happened in the beginning.
And I gave examples for it, right? What happens is it adds to. It gives more explanations. So you're stuck. I get it, bro. You're stuck in a religious mindset. In a religious mindset, Jesus Christ died for your sins. If you happen to dig up Jesus Christ and they exhume his body and realize, wait a minute, he didn't have holes in his wrist. He actually had his chest cavity caved in, and Jesus got ran over by a damn chariot. At that point, you can't change it. You can't say, man, look, he didn't die on that cross. He got ran over by a chariot. But in science, right, you can always add to information. Science pushes technology, and technology pushes science. See, you can't get out your own way there, bro. I can't get it together, man.
All right, let's go.
These analogies are fucking terrible.
What part of biology helps us understand the immune system?
Time starts.
Biochemistry.
Like, this shit don't be a one-to-one at all. You just be finding some random example to use.
Going. Go into something.
No, I just killed Unc.
Yeah, but your time is running, brother. You can say a lot of things you probably forgot to say.
Come on, Sign's the worst moderator.
Just took fluid, man. He thought he had something. Listen. So, respectfully, you haven't proven that Darwin had a complete theory. In fact, I think we proved conclusively that he didn't. I mean, your answer even there about the immune system. You don't even know how the immune system works, brother. So we can. In fact, when you ask and you try to make an allusion to the evolution of the immune system, can you show us a step-by-step fossil record going from the common ancestor? Oh, I forgot, you can't find the common ancestor. But can you show us a step-by-step record going from archaea to human mammals?
All right, it's not your turn to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
Time.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have the record. I'll say that.
Yes, it is his turn.
Dr. Enqi, let's go. Your fourth question. Now you can
All
ask.
right, bro. That was his question.
What?
Ankh.
Did you the science? I
So
fucking
you
hate
refuse.
this nigga.
You refuse to quit. You're a dead man
He's
walking. I guess your head is
retarded too,
chopped
yo.
off and it's on the ground, and you're still moving around.
Side
You just
dumb
don't want
too,
to. In fact, you've already admitted it today. In fact, you admitted it the other day. That's why I put the clip in there. This man just said Darwin had an incomplete theory, and he's right. So I guess the only thing for me to ask you is, are you willing to open up your mind and continue to learn so that you can evolve scientifically and learn some new things?
It's crazy.
You know, like I want you to learn about, I want you to accept what I showed you and maybe order that book from Amazon about causal patterns and scientific mechanisms.
Plug.
That's the question.
That's
the question.
Yeah.
Got to sneak that plug in there.
My mind is a part of science and science education is always having an open mind and admitting when you are wrong. Okay, so for sure you messed up all the damn questions. First of all, the foundation of biochemistry is actually Charles Darwin evolutionary theory. The second point is to answer the question of why the Native Americans got sick when Africa. Hold on, why Native Americans got sick when they came across indigenous Africans and Europeans was because their immune system had not evolved to handle the old world pathogens. They had new world immunity. They didn't have old world immunity. This absolutely reinforces and verifies Charles Darwin theory
old
of
world
evolution,
immunity,
brother. So that is the answer to those juice questions. Pseudo always gets it wrong. Every
what
time.
the fuck is he talking about?
Right time.
What is he talking?
Ask your fourth question.
My fourth question is:
Just that old world immunity,
bro.
What scientific theory has unified all of biology?
And he got the nerve to call somebody else pseudo.
Time stop.
The nerve.
The scientific theory that has unified all of biology is quantum mechanics. And the discovery that subatomic particles provide the energy and information for all working organisms.
Exactly.
That's number one. But number two, which is crazy, I don't even understand if you know what you just said. You just said that the new world, they had new world immunity and they couldn't handle because they didn't have old world immunity. But by your theory of evolution, the old world immunity evolves into the new world immunity. So by you saying that the new world people could not handle
using
the
his
old
logic,
world bacteria and viruses, that debunks your theory, Ankh. I'm not sure if you understand these things you're saying because you be searching them like right before you say them. If your theory, if Darwin's theory holds that we're gradually going one from the next, then the immune system from the last group gets passed to the new group. And if we're all from Africa, the African immune system gets passed to the next group of people. And so when you say that the new group of people didn't have the African immune system, you just shot yourself in the foot again, Ankh. This is why I'm saying it's kind of dangerous to say things that you just looked up a few seconds ago. You know, you got to get familiar with this info before you throw it out there. That is crazy.
That was crazy.
I can't even believe you said that.
Where's our mind?
I'm saying.
This is wild. Nasty word.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm on mute. You're on your fifth question.
I didn't expect this to be this entertaining.
You have done more than
they got 4 questions, bro.
Huh?
Yeah, we only got 4 questions.
Yeah, this is last one.
Enqi taught you and entertained you.
No, that was the last question right there. The last
one
one was the one Ankh said. I just answered.
Yeah.
So now we go to the next.
I'm wilding. So now we are at the closing remarks. And family, let me just say this real quick. The after party is where y'all can come in and ask these brothers questions. That's where y'all will all be able to come in and ask them questions. So I'm already set up over there. Y'all might want to come in right now because it's going to get crowded. So y'all in the building already. All right, I already dropped the link.
You don't have all the pseudos, bro.
Nah, man, I know. I dropped the link already. And so, Brother Ankh, you got 5 minutes in your closing remarks, brother. Bring it home. Bring it home.
Let me get set up first before you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my God. It's the killer round right here. Hold on. Let me get it all set up and get them out the game. Goodness gracious. Hold on. Let me just get set up here. Closing round. Say the best for last in America. That's how we do it. We're going to save the best for last. Let me get it set up here. Man, let me find the screen.
Judging by what we've seen.
Closing round. Let me come to the Journal of Nature. It's the punch you don't see that knock your ass out. Here you go. 150 years of Darwin's theory of intercellular flow of inheritable information. 2018. Charles Darwin published the pangenesis theory, which posed mechanisms of flowing inheritable information between cells and generations. Pangenesis has since been disputed, but emerging evidence of cell-to-cell communication urges a reconsideration of his 150-year-old theory. Here you go. We're going to finish it right here. The ongoing
how can a website be a closing argument?
Should be credited also for the concept of cellular communication through extracellular.
He's gonna read another slide. He's gonna read
carriers,
everything he want to read.
Resonates
and then when he finish up, he'll be like,
existing research into
so you're wrong
communication, and even extends to the population level, as exemplified by oral transfer of information of social insects and interspecies and cross-kingdom interactions, as exemplified by biodirectional endosomal transfers of small RNA between plants and fungi and immune responses. This contemporary breakthroughs are expected to promote future studies on horizontal gene transfer and microbiome, host interaction, draft hybridization, and plant interactions. It says, historically, the theory of pangenesis has been neglected by the scientific community. Compared with Darwin's widely accepted theory of natural selection, which was presented on the origin of species, however, pangenesis is of great value to Darwin's scientific system. In a letter to Joe Cooper, 1868, Darwin wrote, "You will think me very sufficient when I declare that I feel sure in pangenesis is no stillborn. It will. Thank God, at some future time, reappeared, begotten by some other father, and christened by some other name. 150 years later, pangenesis is apparently reborn as a conceptual framework for the interstellar flow of heritable information that continues to push boundaries in science." Oh, man. Let me move on to my next thing. Can you see the switch?
Theory.
Stop my time.
They changed it and made it a conceptual framework.
All right.
Time stopped at 2:48.
That's kind of what that said.
2:38. I mean,
that's interesting how that
that's what I understood,
boy. All right, here you go. Here you go.
Time resumed.
I want to give y'all byproducts now. Let me give y'all the Hold on, goodness gracious. Byproducts. Okay. Evolutionary medicine or Darwinian medicine. Integration of biology and modern healthcare. Education series by the pseudo killers. Immune and inflammatory disorders.
This is just
overactive immune system attacks healthy tissues. Reduced exposure to microbes may increase autosomal risks. Hygiene hypothesis and Darwin medicine. Evolutionary medicine applies evolutionary biology to understanding health and disease. Mismatch between modern lifestyles and oxora environments cause disease.
The reason I really can't even believe he put these slides together is because
bacteria evolve resistance
the slides themselves
selection.
Don't even put together a coherent argument. It's just random jumbles of information.
Evolution, antibiotic resistance, clinical applications in education. Many health programs are now teaching evolutionary principles. Evolutionary medicine, widely. Evolutionary genetics and precision medicine. Genetic variations reflect our evolutionary history. Understanding ancestry improves precise medicine. Genetics analysis in African populations. Epidemiology and evolutionary dynamics. Pathogens evolve to balance a virulence of transmission. Human immune co-evolves, like I said about the Native Americans, in response to disease pressures. They did not have the presence of old world diseases. Evolutionary infections and disease. Anatomy and physiology through evolution. Our anatomy carries traces of our evolutionary past. Adaptation like bipedal creates both advantages and vulnerabilities. Libian, Harvard University Press.
Like they use
Evolutionary
the Ghibli art
medicine.
style.
Human biology is shaped by evolution. Understanding why disease exists, why we get sick, new science, Darwinian medicine. Drug development and pharmacogenomics. Genetic variation influence
How long do we have for
people
this?
respond to drugs. Evolutionary adaptation shapes these genetics.
Really?
5 decades of therapeutic lesson for genetic
Allegedly.
diversity.
So much longer.
Tumors arise from mutant cells. Some cancer cells escape treatment by
There's no argument here.
Cancer as evolution in our body. We understand that through what? Charles Darwin.
No, you don't. You don't understand none of that.
Evolution explains why disease emerge and how they can be treated. Integration of evolutionary biology will shape the future of medicine. Evolution, the future of medicine. Evolution in health. Evolution, Health, and Disease by Oxford. Yeah.
All
that an
right,
argument?
man. Powerful closing, my brother.
Why you
Dr.
lie to
Enqi,
him?
are you ready, brother?
Straight line.
Yeah, hold up. Why you saying
Powerful
powerful? You trolling?
Well,
bro.
I'm quite sure you're gonna have a
That was
powerful,
powerful
closing
trash.
as well, brother.
Powerful closing.
He made me help laugh.
Let me see how I can share this. Google. Okay. Because Ankh is up here resorting to lies now. This is crazy.
Yeah, he just reading shit.
And-
like it's
and I
like
don't
what
know
the fuck?
if he thinks
Who
that- did you
debates
start my
like
time
that?
yet?
It would be one thing
Not
if
yet.
you were
Okay, well, go ahead.
reading
Start
an
my time.
argument
Time starts.
that you prepared beforehand.
Okay, so
He just
Ankh is
reading
up here
random
lying.
slides
First
information.
of all, y'all all watch his slides. None of those slides said Darwin's evolution because Darwin did not know what bacteria was. Okay, look, we looking at the screen, so I'm not making this up. Did Darwin know what a bacteria was? No. Did Darwin know what DNA was? No. Did Darwin know what a virus was? No.
Oh.
None of what Ankh has presented has anything to do with Darwin, and he just straight up sat there and lied to y'all. Like y'all couldn't also read the slides. Darwin has nothing to do with any of that, and that is what we're
Darwin is
debating
like the
tonight.
scientific equivalent of
So
C.S.
stop
Lewis.
my time, sir. You stop my time, sir?
Time stopped at a minute, Enqi. You got 4 minutes left.
Oh, that's great. That is great. That is great. So we can come back over here.
Like I ain't even start cooking them yet.
Yeah, we can come back over here to this part.
He said we just boiling.
Right?
Just boiling water.
Yeah, you can see my screen, right?
Powerful closing argument.
Time resume.
Time resume. Okay. So again, did Darwin die with the incomplete theory of evolution? Yes. Darwin died with an incomplete theory of evolution. Ankh, when he wants to, Ankh will tell the truth sometime. I don't know why he's not tonight, because Ankh already admitted to this multiple times.
This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right.
I want y'all to have that in your mind.
This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right. This man just said that Charles Darwin didn't fully explain evolution. He's right.
So I want y'all to understand.
Yeah, some of these
that
niggas
none
in the
of what he
chat is
presented,
coping.
none of what he presented had anything to do with Darwin, and he even lied and tried to pass it off.
He
as
really just
Darwin's
typed that in
evolution.
Google just now.
Darwin didn't know about genes. Darwin didn't know about viruses. Darwin didn't know about bacteria. And his example that he was hinging his whole argument on about the Native Americans getting sick when they
trying
ran
to
into
say
the
Enqi straw
Africans
manning.
totally debunks
Ankh been
his
straw manning him
theory.
this whole time.
Because if the older Africans were passing on the advantageous traits The most advantageous trait a human can have is a good immune system. So if we were passing on the advantageous traits, the Native Americans would have got the good immune system from the Africans, which they did not. And this is a part of the reason why all of those scientists in Darwin's time period that I was showing you was debunking Darwin, because they said his theory could not account for the transfer of genetic information. That transfer of genetic information includes the immune system, which is why Darwin thought that the immune organs were vestigial. The very immune organs, your thymus, your tonsils, all of these things, Darwin thought they served no purpose because Darwin didn't even understand what an immune system was. So again, people, I want y'all to understand when y'all are watching this, Ankh has no idea what he's saying. And respectfully, I know y'all are used to him stumbling through the words, but he can't understand the words that he can't read, respectfully, which is the reason why he would make an example about the Native Americans.
I'm glad he finally
from
said
the
that.
Africans. That destroys his whole entire argument. This, what I'm telling y'all, is evident to see. Not only was Darwin's theory incomplete, but Darwin didn't even understand what he was doing, which is the reason why Darwin married his cousin and had 10 children, and almost all of them died from the very same diseases that Ankh is saying. Stop my time, Si. Stop my time. I got a few seconds left. Stop my time.
You have a minute left, Enqi. You got a minute left. We are live.
Shit. I feel like he about to go
Sonetta
in this last minute.
Studios. I mean, on the HOK. And we getting ready to get it in. Make sure y'all too come over right away before it get filled up.
Yeah, let's just.
I know there's no sound over here yet until this is finished, and we got 2 more minutes over here. So
this is why
there's not going to be any sound.
This is why Darwin married his cousin, and most of his kids were sick with chronic diseases all their life. 3 of them died in childhood, and the rest of them was sterile. They couldn't even reproduce because Darwin did not understand the immune system or genetic inheritance, which his whole theory was predicated upon. This is evidence in the literature of our time, in his time, and in his actual actions through his life. This is why he married his first cousin, because if he understood what genetic information was, he wouldn't have married his first cousin and had children that had a crippled immune system.
Ethered.
And with that, I digress.
All right.
Ethered.
All right, Dr. Enqi.
Sonetta, there's no sound on YouTube. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I know that. I know.
Okay.
I know.
All right.
All right, family. So we are done. We are completed. Great interview from both of you, brothers. I appreciate the professionalism from you, my brother, Dr. Enqi. And I appreciate the professionalism, of course, from Ankh. You know, a lot of people thought that Ankh was going to spaz out. You know, I put that narrative out there, but Ankh have always been professional inside of a debate circuit. Now, when he get on YouTube, that's a different story. But he's been professional, right? And so, of course, thank you to Queen Nepal. With the help, she have done a great job, as always, moderating this debate. Thank you, Nepal. Are there any last words from you brothers? Y'all want to shake hands?
We'll see you in the after party.
I would
kiss,
like
and make up. What y'all want to do?
I would like to say I've been wanting to beat the hell out of Enqi for years. I finally got it.
So are we done after the after party?
What?
Huh?
What?
Are we done now? After the after party, are we done?
Wait a
I guess
minute.
he's saying he's been wanting to debate him for a long time, and he feel like
when
he
you say something like that, do you
feel like he
think the
won.
people that was watching here tonight, you think that you like inserted a thought into their mind?
All right. Come on over. Come across the street. We already live, and the people are in there. They waiting on y'all.
I need the
They
link.
waiting for
I need the
champs.
link.
The link is in the chat, right over here. Come on over. Let's get it in.
Is the link is right here?
It's in the chat,
Where is
man.
it at?
It's in the chat. Over here on the HOK. Peace and blessings. We out, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Peace.
Hey, don't exit it, Nepal, because we gotta stop the recording.
I'm stopping the recording.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Yes.
Don't go out. I'm gonna stay in, but you can leave.
All right, peace. What's up?
Okay.
People are still in the chat looking.
Yeah, they need to leave.
They won't. So you want to say something, you might want to hit
So
me
do
on.
you want me to exit out first, right?
Let's exit out. Yes, sir. End it.
But I want to make sure we got the video.
We have the video. We recorded it.
All right, I'm out of here. Thank you, baby.
Peace.
Gotta figure that out. All right.
Ridiculous.
That's that.
Absolutely ridiculous.
So, what did y'all think of the debate? How did Enqi do? How did Ankh do?
It was a victory. It's definitely a victory. I don't know how flawless we can say it was. I think there were opportunities where Enqi could have what do you say? Gotten that flawless victory. You know what I'm saying? What I was looking for. I wanted to see like some flawlessness. You know, where he could have completely just ethered dude. And like in the question, I think the only gripe I have is how Enqi handled himself in the question and answer portion.
You mean
I think
you could have asked some better questions?
Yeah.
In his defense, it was kind of hard to get around. Like,
I just feel like Ankh was so out of his league. All Enqi had to do was ask him a simple question like, you know, what is name 5 parts of a cell. You know what I'm saying? I think that could have did it.
Yeah. Something simple like that. That's a good point.
Yeah, like just show him that like dude's out of his league.
I think he could have also asked him, I don't know if he did, unless I missed it, like what makes something a valid scientific theory? Because like the dude kept trying to do this semantics where, oh, there's no such thing as a complete theory. Well,
right.
What makes it qualify as a theory though? Because that was Enqi's whole point. It didn't even qualify as a theory to begin with, complete or not. Right? Whatever you want complete to mean, it's not even like actually a theory at all. Because it doesn't meet the bare minimum requirement. But yeah, he could have definitely asked, I think, some better questions. But I think he kind of did enough with the questions he asked. Because either way, he exposed his ignorance. Like the dude was just exposing his own ignorance the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was a slaughter all the way through. It was 3-0, but like for example, Enqi had asked a question, and then Sa was like, "Oh, it's not your turn to ask questions." And then 2 seconds later, "Okay, Enqi, it's your turn to ask a question." But Enqi asked a really good question before Sa interrupted, but he never returned to that question and was like, "Yo, I just asked a question." He should have just repeated that same question.
I can't even remember what the question was now.
I don't remember what the question was, but that was Enqi's best question of the question and answer portion.
And then he was like, "It's not your time to ask a question," and be like, "Oh, it's, now ask your question." Like, bro, you could have just tossed it to Ankh after that.
Wait, they got
that was
join the panel. It's on House of Consciousness. Enqi said we got to go over to that. He said we got to go over to HOK for the after party, I guess, and join the panel. House of, let's see if they live. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, I can actually
unmute yourself.
How do we get in there?
Okay, yeah.
So they got the link.
Oh, they got the StreamYard right there.
Yeah, StreamYard
All right,
right
so
there.
what you say now?
I said, who do you believe won and why?
Tonight said I'm in there.
I put it like this. I think
he's in there.
Enqi was.
Here we go.
I got educated by Ankh, but Enqi was more to the topic.
Let me pull this up real quick.
And I even looked up the topic, which is right here. And it says that you know, it was contrary.
Spam the chat. Spam. That's the link right there.
All right, that's all I need right now because I'm gonna come back to the question period for y'all to ask the question.
Yo, Tari, post
one question
the link
apiece, then we're gonna
in
get
the
around.
chat.
I'm in Rob McCarthy. What up, my brother?
Go spam the chat.
Who do you feel won and why? And one thing I can't do is put up a poll because a lot of people didn't see the debate.
It was not a great debate.
So they would try to come in and vote for anybody. So we can't do that over here.
It was a debate.
The reason why is because when we talk about the history and the advancement of it, I felt like, and I could be wrong, that Ankh was saying that it didn't come from our ancient people, but all modern science started with the Darwinism type of thing. And so I think that's the reason why I lean with Enqi on that one.
All right,
because
thank
a lot
you.
of this stuff came from us.
Thank you. Apostle Saquon, what up, brother? Same question. What do you think? Unmute yourself.
Go through.
I can't hear. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
You can't hear me at all.
Now, when you do that, I can hear you.
Okay.
Why you took off your sound system? Why you did that?
It wouldn't work with Zoom. Zoom messed my system.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. It don't, because mine don't work with Zoom.
Right.
For some reason, it wasn't working.
I missed the whole first round, disconnecting my Pro Mackie.
Right, I got you. Now get back to it. Why do you feel?
So I didn't see the first round. I saw the last two. I'm going with Enqi on the information, on the technique, just overall video, the way he did it, man. I that's one thing I said about you, son.
Presentation is key.
You had that presentation hooked up. I got to learn how to do that, man. He had that presentation hooked up, man. Them songs, man.
Like I said, I got to learn how to do that.
Them, man. They were killing him. And those sources were killing him. And my man Ankh came out with what happened to the Native American because of the white man, and that African ain't had nothing to do with it. But that white man put smallpox in them damn blankets and it killed them Indians.
All right. We're gonna get back to you. We're gonna get back to the questions. Let me ask my man Seven Asar. What's up, brother?
Peace. What's going on, Star?
That's what they said. It's people in the chat saying it too.
Both debaters did a great job, but Ankh slaughtered him with the information. Enqi, I love the music. Just your presentation and your information didn't match up to what Ankh was doing, and Ankh actually stayed on topic the whole debate.
What?
You know, Enqi went into African
smoking
and their role in science, and that had nothing to do with the debate.
Off that move,
right? So he came with some side debate.
Some side debate. Hold on. Oh shit. YouTube froze. A second. That shit always go right back to the home screen. I always got a debate today. They always show me a debate.
Trying to hear that nonsense, man. All right, Mandinka Mally. What's up, Mandinka? Unmute yourself. Who do you give the win to and why?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Just tell us who you give the win to and why, and then that's it.
No.
Okay,
we gotta come back around.
Niggas got Ohio connections.
Yeah, because this internet is real
so
slow.
Both of these guys, so both of these guys, right, did a great job of proving that Charles Darwin was a pseudo, like we've been saying. Enqi debunked evolution. Ankh debunked pangenesis. None of the theories of Charles Darwin is good or even real. Just like both of them was fighting each other.
Who you give the win to? Who you give the win to?
Well, at the end, Enqi pulled away because he started really naming sources. Enqi proved more that, yes, Charles Darwin is a pseudo more than Ankh proved that Charles Darwin was a pseudo, because he's still holding on, trying to defend Charles Darwin, but at the same time trying to go against pangenesis. That's where Ankh went wrong. I never seen a debate like this in my life where they both was going against the same guy, proving that he was a pseudo.
All right, thank you.
I took notes through the whole.
He made a good point.
We're gonna come back around.
His uncle's basically
We're
arguing
gonna come
against
back
himself.
around and y'all can ask them a question.
Right.
Let me just go through the panel. And Rob McCarthy. Oh, I got you already.
Say you got a pen in each hand.
Cedric, what's going on, brother Cedric?
Peace on it. I want to say
notes.
Thank you for your excellent Saturday night. Enjoyed myself. It was an excellent performance. Enqi, I enjoyed the music. Next time, have more music and less of us hearing you. But the music was great. God Killer, the closing. We gotta talk about that. That was amazing. Flawless performance, flawless victory. People take note of the canaries in the gold mine. Take note of the scientifically literate
talking about Ankh?
how they present their presentations versus those who are engaged in emotional rhetoric. Ankh was completely on point all 3 rounds. He dealt with pangenesis, and he dealt with the fact that hereditary remained a component of Darwin's theory. The mechanism was refined by Mendel's genetics, and that's the vicious circle that science takes. So to ever talk about a complete theory
is this Cedric?
Illustrates your scientific ignorance.
I think that's him.
Great performance, and we got to talk about that closing on. That was beautiful. Great performance. Great
Thank you.
Yeah, he was definitely sending him sources.
Johnson, what's up, man? Did you see the debate? Did you see
yes, sir, I did.
Who do you give the win to? And why?
Man, all day, Enqi, man, had all the sources and stuff like that. He ethered He ethered Yeah. He ethered Come on.
That wasn't ether.
Oh man. So why you say he won?
He just had all the sources. I mean, it was clear. And it was somebody in the chat talking about trying to debunk Enqi's comment about the royal legs. The royal legs, when he was showing the royal leg, with the cells and stuff like that, and how the DNA is exactly 2 meters. And so I posted a source in the chat for him, and so he got quiet and stuff like that. So I'm a student at Enqi, so we got sources too.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you. We're gonna come back around. Y'all get y'all questions ready, cause y'all gonna ask them a question. Let me go to Ish. Ish, what's up? Where you at?
You talking about me?
Yeah. Where you at?
Hey,
did you see the debate?
Yeah, I saw the debate.
All right, what do you think, man? Who you give it to and why?
I'm a student of Enqi, but I try to remain objective about it, and so I thought Enqi slaughtered him. The reason why I felt like mostly kind of appealed to the authority of science.
Yep.
He was suggesting, like, I kind of put some notes. He was like, it wasn't really an argument. It was like science agrees with Darwin, or it agrees with mostly evolution. And like, he didn't really try to like perfect, like, or he didn't really try to argue for Darwin, in my opinion. He tried to say, like, it was basically a whole it was a whole thing about Enqi is basically pseudo and science is correct, and science mostly agrees with evolution. While Enqi was like arguing about vestigial organs and Darwin didn't have genetics and his theory was incomplete and he really didn't have the foundation of biology. It was really Kemet. So I think that's what really made Enqi work.
All right. So now we are at, all right. So far is Enqi is up 6-2 so far from the people who saw the debate. So we're gonna go with right now. Ankh, how do you feel about the turnout, about what the people are saying?
Hey, sorry, you skipped the sister right there.
Oh, my bad. Let me get back to the sister. Oh, I didn't see her. Takia. How you say that?
Tika.
Kika. How you doing, Kika?
Good. How are you?
Good. Who do you give this to? Who do you give
Definitely Dr. Enqi, because he came with the sources.
Did you see it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes. He came with the sources and very informative. So, and it was a great show, and I enjoyed the music for sure.
Oh man, they loving the music. That's good entertainment. See, you bringing entertainment with information. That's excellent.
Exactly.
Good.
Thank you.
Right.
Presentation
You're welcome.
is key.
Okay, let me see. Let me get Mac Rob. Rob is in the building. What up, Mac Rob?
Keep doing that.
Oh, you
Hey, what up, Scott?
Did you see the debate?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, appreciate you allowing me on the panel, man. I absolutely did see the debate, and I do have strengths and weaknesses for both characters. So, and I'm trying to be objective, and I am a PK member.
That's Tika?
Pseudo killer official. So, first, I want to talk about Enqi's presentation, and say these things respectfully, gentlemen. I feel like it was a hodgepodge of non-connected ideas that didn't address the issue early on. I don't think he really addressed the debate until about the third round, and even then, it was a bunch of 1860 or 19th century sources as opposed to any updated sources to debunk some of the points that Ankh was making. I also wasn't sure if the debate was about Charles Darwin or Albert Einstein. I was trying to figure out why was quantum mechanics and ancient Egyptian history being mentioned in a debate that should have been about pangenesis and whether or not the evolutionary theory proposed by Darwin was true. But his strengths, I would say, is
that was great information.
He was
Why he complaining?
able to reach his.
All right, who you giving the debate?
Always a good thing.
Who you giving the debate?
Clearly, without question, it would be Ankh. And I would say this, and I'm trying to be objective. I want people to understand this. But what Ankh did was very calculative. He laid out the terminology that he knew would be misused in the debate. He talked about what a scientific theory was, what a scientific law was, what a scientific hypothesis was, what the process was. He talked about pangenesis and the things that Darwin got correct. So I felt like he was stripping the powers of his opposition away early on.
He read a slide about it.
And then he went in just kind of drilling with all of the specifics as it related to Darwin.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Okay.
Right.
Gotta get back around. All right, my man, Dizali. What up, man?
What's up, Saw? Beautiful show that you put on. As far as the winner goes, without question, Enqi,
this nigga chin.
Brother Ankh won. It's unfortunate that the majority of the people who side with Enqi, of course, they believe that we come from mermaids, so we jumped out the sun. The reason that Ankh won is because he has academia at his back. You know, academia that provided us these cell phones, these laptops we're on. Academia that has proven to us that they know what they are talking about. So Ankh had no choice but to win. It's just sad that the rest of the people don't know it, you know. But
Proven
yeah,
to us that
Ankh
they know
won.
what they
Flawless
talking about?
victory.
All right, thank you, brother. All right. Smalls, if you want to get in, you got to turn on your computer, man. Turn on your shit. All right, let me go up now. We got to get back to Ankh and my brother, Dr. Enqi.
This is crazy. This is Crazy. I can't believe that motherfucker's glazing.
Oh, hold on. Wish it would just take me back to where I was.
Not have been able to predict the things he predict. I matched it up with modern confirmation after genetics, after certain fields were started, that was actually predicated on the foundation of what Charles Darwin brought. So I showed those things. The way I verified that Charles Darwin had a scientific theory was the fact that he made predictions. He talked about things ain't nowhere in the world he's supposed to known about. He predicted these things, not a religious prediction. God, the angel didn't come to him, but based off of the evidence. That's the most powerful thing in science. It's the predictions. So I know a lot of people might not have caught that, right?
Prediction.
I stayed on the debate
topic. I hate that argument.
I brought millions of sources, right? African. I think what Enqi did was he started talking about Kepler. We understand that in the Nile Valley, they first started talking about evolution. Then we get the Greeks, okay? We get Al-Jahid. They all talked about evolution. So, but Charles Darwin is the father, not because in chronological order, but because he came with a systematic method and putting together data, okay, and put together a scientific theory is why, right? He's the father. Enqi was talking about religion and Kepler. They just needed things transformed. I don't know what the hell Enqi was talking about. He wasn't talking about the big topic. Now, I felt like Enqi's last round was the round when he got to the debate without all the music and the funky sounds and all that, right? I thought Enqi was going to do more of that. So he surprised me with not doing that. So he weakened this whole thing. If he just stayed right there, right, it would have been too many damn things for me to debunk. Now, when y'all do get to see this, right, you're going to put it behind a paywall, right? You'll see that last round was the strongest round, full of pseudoisms. I grabbed one scientific article and proved that he does not understand the scientific article he was reading, and I debunked it in real time. So everything he came up with, I debunked it with sources. Okay, so if you wasn't there, you missed the good one.
He ain't debunked
Let this be
nothing.
the start of the Sarnetta debates again. Spectacular. The competition, I enjoyed it. I just felt like he should have spent more time on dealing with the topic than talking religion. He does not know the difference between science and religion. And so I never discounted our ancestors. Our ancestors is the foundation, okay, of modern science today. You do not get to modern science without indigenous Africans. You do not get to Nassau without the astronomical observation post in Nata Playa. I'm going to say this again. You do not get to the damn moon without Nata Playa. But there's steps from Nata Playa to the moon. And I'm telling you that the steps is what make nature spectacular. You have to pass the steps to move on. Enqi does not understand that. He's still religious. He promoted intelligent design in there. I was like, wow, he's promoting European intelligent design after talking about our ancestors? Very interesting.
All right, Enqi, you can respond.
Very interesting.
Unmute yourself. You unmute.
Okay, here we go. So this is what I'm saying about the level of education. Right? This is what I'm saying about the level of education. And I'm saying this respectfully. Maybe you should mute up. I can hear somebody like making noise.
Everybody put your stuff on mute right quick till y'all ready to talk.
So here's what I'm saying about the level of education. I'm saying this not disrespectfully, just it's the only word that fits in terms of an adjective. Ankh is borderline belligerent because he's moving past the fact that the things that he's saying is incorrect. And so is his cronies. When Ankh says, first of all, Ankh was more off topic than anything. Ankh talked about modern evolution the entire 3 rounds, and modern evolution has zero to do with Darwin. Modern evolution has zero to do with Darwin. In fact, when Ankh laid out the predictions that Darwin made, the predictions that Darwin made debunked Darwin. Ankh specifically cited the vestigial organs as proof that Darwin is the founder and a cornerstone of evolutionary theory. All of the vestigial organs that Darwin predicted turned out to not be vestigial organs. In fact, the thymus gland is one of the predictions of Darwin's. Darwin's theory with these vestigial predictions, the thymus gland is crucial to that. Now, for the audience that doesn't understand why the thymus gland is so important, because the thymus gland is a crucial part to your immune system. And if you don't understand this, when you're hearing it, what Ankh's saying might sound like he's making sense. So the thymus, so when your bone marrow makes immune cells, you have B cells and you have T cells. The reason that the T cells are called T cells are because they go into the thymus gland, and the thymus gland develops them into mature cells that can go around your body and be, and do what immune cells do: protect you from illness, protect you from infection. But according to Darwin's predictions, plenty of people had their thymus gland removed as a vestigial organ. According to Darwin's predictions, he was having people's immune system literally cut out of their chest. This is insane. And for Ankh to keep on talking and going past this point, like, yeah, I showed the predictions. I'm like, no. I showed you that your predictions led to hundreds of people, thousands of people crippled and died because they didn't have an immune system, because doctors that was listening to Charles Darwin's theory cut body parts off of these people that they needed. The appendix works with the microbiome. This is another crucial part of your immune system. So again, Ankh pointed out a lot of things in the debate that actually debunked Ankh, which is why I said I have extra time to address some of the foolishness that Ankh was saying, because Ankh was doing such a good job of debunking Ankh. Like in the first round, when he pointed out all of the things Darwin got incorrect. Now, his buddies came up here and said, oh, that was a great job, Ankh. Here's the problem with that, guys. We were debating that topic. So Ankh's job in the debate was to prove that Darwin actually had a complete scientific theory.
Yeah.
So when Ankh comes in the first round and lists all the reasons why he didn't, and then follows up in the second round and say you don't have to have a complete scientific theory because science can keep on evolving later on, that is Ankh cutting his own throat, because the actual debate topic, the main question, was did Darwin, in and of himself, not did Darwin would help, not in 50 years, not in 100 years, appealing to the future, which is a known fallacy, not did people in the future go back and retroactively fix Darwin's theory up and put it together. No, did Darwin in his own time period have a successful or complete scientific theory? And he did not. I showed you over 30 sources from Darwin's time period and from the modern time period where they said over and over the same thing. Darwin did not have a scientific mechanism. And Ankh seems to continuously read the scientific theory and avoid these other nuanced portions of a scientific theory. A scientific theory has to have a valid mechanism, and natural selection did not qualify as a valid mechanism, only a causal pattern. A causal pattern recognizes that something goes on, and it gives you the ability to make accurate predictions. But now you are supposed to, you are supposed to be able to show the actual mechanism of how that causal pattern works in order to have a valid theory. And Charles Darwin was not able to do that. That's
all
why.
Right, all right, Enqi, you got to move forward. Let me finish getting this brother here, Antonio Howard.
Can I respond to that real quick though?
No, because then he's gonna have to respond. I'm gonna come back.
No, I'm fixing something. Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to let you go. Hold up, Antonio Howard. Did you see the debate? I can't hear you. Did you see the debate?
I think his mic is muted.
No, his mic's not muted. All right, I'm gonna have to let you go. Yo, you can't. I can't hear you.
But he can't. He can't hear him.
Unplug your headset.
I think we can hear it now.
Can we hear you? Let's see. All right, I'll come back around to you, man. Joel Armstrong, what up, man? Did you see the debate?
Is Tanai really in there?
I
saw the debate. You said they don't want to let Tanai in.
You saw the debate?
I saw the debate. I was in the house, man. He called me out when he was doing
I don't know. Nala said in the chat.
He was
they
like,
don't want to let Tanai in.
Look at all these
Maybe he's just saying that they don't want him to be in there.
Who do you give the win to and why?
I gotta give it to even though
what
Enqi. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something about Enqi. Enqi is a good debater. You know, Enqi's he's a phenomenon because the dude got a lot of information.
A phenomenon.
But he holds on to his pseudo ideas. It's like he got to read it and then rephrase it the way he like it. You know, that's what Enqi doing. So anyway, I'll give it to Unc because what Unc did was he used each round to explain all the things that you need in order to understand evolution. Like, so he, like, where I come over here quite often and I hear a lot of people, it's a theory, it's not a fact. You know, they be messing up the words and everything. And so Unc took his time to like explain the terminology so people can understand. Like when you go read some of them scientific articles, you can understand them.
There's a difference between a theory and a fact.
Then he turned around and he showed like how it works in modern science today. Then on the last round, he actually went to Africa and showed all the countries that's actually using this theory. This theory is not gone. Like I mean, somebody can just type in their Google and it'll tell them all the things that come from Charles Darwin's
see,
theory.
like, this is a perfect example of like the niggas that don't understand shit.
He would
hyping up another nigga that don't understand
how
shit.
Science today
like
is saying that what Charles
what the
Darwin
fuck is he talking about?
Is not useful today.
None of that happened.
They let it go.
Thank you.
That nigga read from slides. That's all he did.
That's all he did.
All right, brother. You got to come out the dark if you want to get in here.
Yeah, he took his time because he stumbled over the goddamn words. Couldn't even pronounce the word.
Keith Broadney.
Like, what we doing?
Did you see the debate, Keith?
This nigga.
I can't hear you.
You gotta unmute, yo.
Oh God.
Use your quantum mathematical theory to unmute.
You funny, huh?
I will be right back.
Yes, I saw the debate, all of it. And I give it to Enqi. Maybe I don't know, but Enqi is scientific. He's scientific literate. So it's just Unc talks about evolution, and I don't have no problem with that. But I don't think he understands the real process of evolution.
Keith, you ain't leave me your information. I gave you my number.
Yes, I did. I put my number in the chat. Under your number.
Did you get my number?
Yeah, I didn't copy your number down. Right. I just put my number in.
I put it in the back chat again so I could get it. I think I didn't see it when you did it. All right, so now we are at the question and answer period, y'all. Let me go back to Unc real quick because Unc might want to answer some questions that he did with Enqi, but that's going to make Enqi want to come back. So
nah, man, I just want to. I think this is the crux of the whole debate. Share my screen, bro.
See, that's I don't want to do that yet. I want to.
Then I gotta go do it on my channel because this is important right here. Y'all heard Enqi talk about vestigial organs, but he doesn't know what it actually is. Because if he did know what it was, right, I'm going to use Encyclopedia Wikipedia. I'm not using no high-level source for nothing. This is what a vestigial organ is. It says in the context of human evolution. See, so that means evolution is real and authentic. Vestility involves those traits occurring in humans that have lost all or most of their original function.
I've never even said the word before.
Right? So the fact that it could lose a function verifies evolution. But watch this. Also, structures called vestigials often appear functionless. They may retain less functions or develop minor new ones. In some cases, structures once identified as vestigial simply had unrecognized function. Vestigial organs are sometimes called.
Why can he not pronounce words?
Many human characteristics are also vestigial.
This is frustrating.
In other primates and related animals. So at no point does having a vestigial organ mean it lost all its function. It could, but it doesn't have to. It can lose some of its function. Some of its original function is not occur, like goosebumps. We talked about goosebumps, right? Simple. Goosebumps are very, very simple, right? Goosebumps appeared on our ancestors, like your dog. When you look at your dog,
was I not aware?
And he gets mad, and
are goosebumps
his hair
an organ?
raises up on him. That's actually the function of the daggone goosebumps, right? Since we don't have hair, we still have a light cropping, right, of fur. Okay, those goosebumps don't scare nobody away no more. Okay, so he's mischaracterizing once again what vestigial organ is, and he do it over and over again. And then people like, yeah, he did this. Wait a minute, bro. Get the damn terminology right first. So a vestigial organ does not mean when he continues to say over and over and over again. Tell him to give us a scientific source that says what he says, that vestigial organs produced by Charles Darwin overthrows evolution. You will never find that, bro.
You got to give us an argument to substantiate your claims.
Get on my channel, man. I already hate.
Now, hold on. They might want to have a question for you, Unc.
Yeah, but I'm not debating him no more. I already
everybody should go on mute because I got sound coming back.
Stop. I gotta respond, brother. I gotta respond.
No, Enqi, hold on. Let me get the questions in first.
Hey, I'm going to get on to my joint. Yeah,
Unc is already trying to run, man. I got people that want to ask some questions.
No. I'm saying this is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I heard you.
Hold on. I'm not here to re-debate this man again.
You're not re-debating him. It's the people that's asking questions.
The people ain't asked me a question yet.
Because we didn't get to that, and that's the part
I will get to that part.
We get into that part now.
All right, get to that.
Suntan, do you have a question, brother? Can't hear you, Suntan.
You on mute, Suntan.
A piloerection.
Brother,
ask the question.
All right, yeah, I got a question. It is about pangenesis.
How you doing, brother? How you feeling, man? I'm glad you supported me in that debate.
As
far as spending your money getting in there. I just appreciate you coming through, man, to support the platform.
I appreciate you teaching me because I learned from you. Right? But here's my question to you: Genesis
Vestigial organ
basis of Charles Darwin theory of evolution,
correct?
Natural selection, right?
That's right. That's right.
Right. So it was separate, right? The hypothetical mechanism, was different. So.
Yeah,
what made me Enqi put together type of guy. So that's the only thing that kind of puts me on top. My question to you was: do a complete theory don't have to be complete, right?
Because it's not what a theory is. That's why I tried to explain what a theory was early in. That's not. That's a pseudo land thing he's talking about.
That shit don't make no sense.
Imagine you having to know everything. Watch this. Imagine being in the world.
The question is weird already.
You run across something new.
Right.
An example: the COVID virus. People act like they already supposed to know about the COVID virus. Man, it was a novel virus. The word novel means for the first time in the history of humanity, they realized it. And over time, they learned more about it. People was acting like as soon as they identified the virus, they supposed to know everything about it. Man, that's called religion, bro, where God give you the answers. So in science, so it's just like anything else, bro. Just like a woman you just meet. Why are you expected to know everything about that woman?
That's
the first
not what
day
novel
you meet her?
means. But
Over time, as you learn more about her, see her ways, and you can put it together,
it
then you learn more about it. But those first days or two, you don't know. I mean, it doesn't make sense, bro. It should sound good, but no way in science do scientists claim to know everything. Ever. They never said they know everything. And so it's steps to get there, bro.
No, that's it. No, ain't no going back and forth. We got to move forward.
I just wanted to tell him why I thought that, Enqi had a little jump on it. That's all I wanted to tell him.
That's fine.
Because the title of the debate.
What was?
That's it.
What was the title?
Now,
I gotta
get it.
Go ahead.
Pangenesis a part
No, that's not what it says.
What was the title of the
was
debate?
It the only portion of Charles Darwin work that was scientific? See that changed your mind now. That was actually, was pangenesis the only scientific portion of Charles Darwin work? That wouldn't be the truth, would it?
That wasn't the question. But
arguably,
all right, we gotta move on. We gotta move on.
None of it was scientific.
I have to talk. You keep letting Unc go. Unc go. I gotta respond to these things.
Go ahead. Hurry up, Enqi.
Okay, now Unc is misdirecting the audience once again. Unc just said that scientists have to know everything, and he's trying to equate. He's conflating a scientist knowing everything versus a scientist having a complete, valid scientific theory. This is the reason why I showed you the articles from now that he did not rebuttal, and I showed you the articles from Darwin's time period because they all say the same thing. Darwin had a great causal pattern, but he did not have a valid scientific mechanism. Now,
crazy.
Hit the share screen right there, Si, so I can show you this real quick.
Read the whole thing, though, bro.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I knew you was going to do that. Read the whole thing.
Charles Darwin correctly identified the causal pattern of evolution, that populations change over time due to natural selection. But he did not know the underlying biological mechanism. The field of genetics did not yet exist. So Darwin could not explain how variation arose or how traits were inherited. And so what Unc
had no actual science.
While you was talking, I didn't talk.
He only had observation.
How do you understand?
Which is like the first step.
I didn't talk, brother.
You can't do that, brother. Let him get it out.
You can say maybe
3 rounds Unc spent
had a hypothesis.
showing y'all genetics.
That's like what you can say at the
most. 3
most.
of his rounds involved
the
genetics.
hypothesis of evolution.
None of those things had anything to do with Darwin. Darwin didn't know anything about genetics. So that was a fraud for Unc to even present that type of material because it had
he got
nothing
about
to do
like
with
maybe
the
what, like
topic,
the third or fourth step of the scientific method
with Darwin,
and he like stopped there, I guess.
Which any source will tell you, and I could keep reading. What Darwin understood was a causal pattern. Drawing on his observations of nature and animal breeding, Darwin developed a logical, elegant theory based on 4 key principles: variation, inheritance, competition, and natural selection. This process provided a powerful causal explanation for how species could change and adapt, what Darwin called descent with modification. What Darwin
Notice that they said it provided a powerful
mechanism.
causal explanation.
So this is what I tried to explain, and I used the most prolific modern source, which is the Oxford Handbook.
Not that it proved anything
that
or
explains
demonstrated
causation
anything.
and mechanism that they use. All of those sources that he was trying to show, all of those sources, they have to study that handbook. And that handbook outlines the difference, which is why it was the first source that I produced. This is why I told them to count the sources so that they would pay attention.
All right. Thank you, Enqi. All right, let's go to Apostle. Question.
Yeah.
Enqi provided us with a powerful causal explanation as well.
Hold on. Question.
I can't believe you just boy. Yeah, I'm
I
done.
got a question for you, Unc.
Yeah, actually,
I
appreciate
you said without nectar plier,
yeah,
you don't have the moon.
No, I didn't say that.
You said they won't go. They didn't go to the moon.
I didn't
without
say
knowing
that.
about.
Why would you even go to the debate? I never said what you just said.
You just said it.
I didn't, man. Listen, hey, son, to get control of your
He
panel.
did say something like that.
Because we rage baiting right now.
I'm gonna ask Enqi or anybody else on this panel.
You talking to me right now?
No, since you answered. You didn't say it.
Hold on, Apostle, hold on.
That man, yo.
Hold on, hold on. The man said he didn't say it, Apostle. Why don't you ask him what he said so he can explain it to you?
That's what I'm asking.
All right, go ahead.
What I said, I was trying to beat the brakes off of Enqi with the statement.
Oh my God.
In the debate, he routinely claimed that I said that our ancestors didn't have science. But my point was, how in the hell could you have science, modern science? I'm talking about modern science before modern science. It's ridiculous. They didn't have enough steps to get you that point. What I said was the foundation of STEM is in Africa proper. I teach a whole lecture on it. What I said was without naphtha plier, which predates Egypt, you do not get to the moon. You do not have naphtha.
So you did say what he said.
Ancestry.
That does not make any sense.
Okay, can I explain how it makes sense, please?
You are not going back and forth with him. Let him finish.
Now that don't make sense.
Let him finish, Apostle, and then you can ask your question, brother.
Let me tell you how it makes sense, Apostle. You do not get to a car without riding on a horse. That's why they say horsepower. You do not get to a car without development of a wheel. Right? There's steps in between the wheel, the wagon, the covered wagon, and all things in between, bro. So I'm saying, so when humans look at the cosmos and start identifying the movement of stars, bro.
Now.
That's a
I get it. Like,
event.
Right, you cleared it up. I want to give Apostle another chance.
And I be wanting to I be thinking about
question.
like,
Go ahead, Apostle.
Joining some like debate panels and shit sometimes. And I be saying this shit and I just be like,
Right.
I don't want to fucking deal with these dumbasses.
For real. I do not
yo, Apostle, what are you doing?
You don't get that religious nut out
What are
here,
you
bro.
doing, man?
I'm gonna crash out on.
Hold on, hold on. Now,
I did not say Enqi wanted me to interrupt this
Didn't I tell y'all that Unc know how to debate, but when he gets onto these platforms, he just goes crazy.
Calling me names and all that kind of carry on.
All right, hold on.
Your question, Apostle.
Ask your question.
Idiotic and stupid.
Yo, nah, man, come on, man.
No, he just.
But Apostle, ask me your question.
Right, you got to go past you, Apostle. You don't know how to ask a question.
Get Bible out your brain.
Don't tell me I don't know how to answer.
Well, you ain't asking a question, man. Ask the question, brother.
He's running his mouth.
All right, so ask me. What's the question?
Enqi, is it true that
the humans popped up from the damn dirt? Answer that question.
Bro, for real?
Yo, what are you doing, brother?
I'm having a crash out right now.
Man.
Is it true?
He mad he lost the debate.
Main circumstances that caused the Native American to be sick from the visiting or the conquering European was number one, the blankets they treated with smallpox, and number two, the alcohol, because the Native America had not adapted the ability.
Hey, son, you're not letting my people in here neither, bro. You playing?
I'm letting your people in. I don't
You understand my question?
They got to get in. Once I get rid of them, then I can bring them in. That's why you've taken too long. Did you hear the question, Enqi?
Yeah. Well,
answer the question, brother. You got a minute and a half to answer the question.
Stupid answer. Give them that same answer you gave in the debate so that they'll know. Go ahead, because that was my question.
Damn, Unc, man.
He's pitiful, man.
Super pitiful.
Dropped?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Enqi.
Are you mad that you lost the debate, Unc, man? What are you
I don't even
doing?
know what you're talking about. You know the rule is.
You're mad because you lost the debate.
You know the rule is the first person to claim they won, did they really win? I haven't claimed anything. I've enjoyed myself. The rule is the first person to lose their.
You feeding into it. Answer his question, brother. Just answer Apostle's question, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Apostle.
You're just feeding into the stupid stuff, man.
I want to answer that question, Saul, because he know everybody gonna know.
I gotta put you in the back, man.
Okay,
You
don't do it. Okay, I'm gonna chill.
Well, you can. All right, because you can run if you want, brother. But I'm gonna have
to crash out right now. But I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change my way.
All right, go ahead, Enqi.
I agree with Apostle.
Are you gonna answer his question?
Can't. Apostle's question was in the form of a statement. So I'm saying I agree with the statement that the population was poisoned. And I also agree that Ankh's question about the Native American populations debunk his theory, because remember, Ankh's theory is contingent upon what Darwin said. And Darwin said that the older population is passing on advantageous traits to the next population.
Yeah.
So since that everybody came from Africa, it's not possible, according to Darwin, for the natives to not have the strength of the immune system from the Africans, because that would be a primary advantageous trait that evolution would have passed on.
Yeah.
And since
there would be no reason to get rid of the immune system.
Now you feeding into what are you doing, Si?
I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, controlling the panel. Just don't worry about that.
That's not controlling the panel, because I'm gonna start talking about his lips.
Everybody can still hear you. Everybody can hear you talking.
All right, but you showing them with the lips on the screen, close up and all that. Like
I do this all the time to everybody. Like the brother laughing when somebody talking, I'll highlight them while they laughing at something. Man, come on, brother.
I'm out of here. The lips is distracting me, brother. Like,
I'm going to lay down and watch the movies,
This is the toughest
man.
environment to be in, brother.
All right, so you got to show some discipline too, Si.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I might keep this on in the background.
All right. Yeah, keep
While I chill.
rocking. I'll be in the chat.
All right, man.
All right, later, y'all.
You got to stay focused. Listen, so the fact that Ankh is highlighting a newer group that got sick from coming in contact with the older group that's supposed to be the parent group debunks Ankh's whole program. This
All
is
right,
what I'm trying to
moving
say.
on. Asar 7 Asar. What's up, brother? Do you have a question for Ankh or Enqi? Unmute yourself.
And you got the brother.
Yeah, I got a question for brother Enqi. I never really got. You avoided this question all before the debate, so I want to know: do you believe in evolution, or are you a creationist or an intelligent design person?
I'm an intelligent design person.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask.
All right, there you go. All right, Cedric, question.
Yeah, so
who you got a question for?
Yeah. And during the debate, you talked about.
Who you got a question for?
For Enqi, you talked about irreducible complexity.
See y'all.
And we all know that Michael Behe, who
we will be wrapping up in a sec. Thank you, everybody, for joining.
There was overwhelming evidence
y'all welcome.
Of the evolutionary process.
Glad I could do that for y'all.
For example, in the Dover court trial. So you would be.
I paid for the rights to grift off of this.
To actually intersect something.
Thank you for indulging me.
Completely debunked and discredited on all levels in the debate.
And shout out to Enqi.
All right, let him answer, Cedric, without interrupting him.
All right, so first things first. First things first, you're incorrect. All right, first things first, you're incorrect. And let me go to the actual slide. Let me go to the actual slide, because I showed the slide because I knew they was going to try. I knew that was coming. I could see that from a mile away, right? So here we cite Darwin. Darwin actually made the statement, and I cited the book. See, y'all might have to rewatch that because I know the slides and the information was coming fast. But in the second round, I cited Darwin's book on the origin of species by natural selection, first edition, 1859, chapter 6,
page 189. Like my sources came very detailed, not like Unc saying, I have a lot of sources, but I ain't showing them. I just let y'all know I got a lot of sources. Mines were very detailed. Darwin wrote, if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed, which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. See, those are Darwin's words. Yes, and what I showed you, hold on. Let's relax. You gotta relax. And so what I showed you is the electrical system of the heart, something that was not even known in Darwin's time, because Darwin was at least smart enough to know that there were things that he didn't know. So in his book, that right there was a pin to a grenade. And he was saying in the future, that's a prediction. See, Unc was talking about predictions. That's a prediction he made that came true. In the future, should they find a complex organ that we can't show the evolutionary process, his theory, no, you got to relax, sir.
I am relaxed. You only got a minute and a half to ask questions, brother.
His theory will fall apart. And so what I did was not only demonstrate how the four pieces of the electrical system of the heart could not have come separately, but then I gave a specific challenge for your side, because I know you carry his water, for you to then explain the step-by-step evolutionary process. And I know in advance that you can't do that, because you have the floor right now where you could do that if you have those steps.
I'm just sticking around.
Can I address you then?
See what
like
Enqi
the video.
say.
Thumb up the video.
So you're giving me the floor? Can I address it?
No.
We've been live for a good 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm like everybody. All right, Amon Ra McCarthy, you up next.
All right, quick question. My question is for both brothers, and I want to know what side fits best.
I'm about to wrap up here
or not. Were the
and it depends on how long this goes.
in the
Who knows?
fossils that on the
maybe when I
islands
go
and the
live
mainland,
later.
were those
I'm gonna try to get
because of a common ancestor,
Halloween
or was
stream
it because the islands and the
Fear.
mainland were once joined together during Pangea?
I might put this on in the background while I'm playing. So I will be back either later tonight or tomorrow with a gaming stream. And I might even do another logical analysis.
Did y'all hear his question? Anybody?
He asking the debaters, though. I can't answer.
The similarities.
You want to ask the question again?
Obviously, no.
Yeah, can you hear me, Sean?
No. I can
for
answer
some
the
reason
question.
I hear each. Some of
You
y'all,
can't hear
sometimes
me?
I don't hear you. I don't know what's going
Can't
on.
hear me, Sarnetta?
But my question is,
Okay, I can answer the. I heard the question.
can I?
Okay.
Were the similarities?
No. Amon Ra, I don't think you can hear Unc.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
He was answering your question.
First of all,
Okay, I'm mute out then.
There are no winged birds at 350 million years ago. For them to even split off like that. What it shows that a species can travel to different islands in that area, right? And evolve and mutate based off of their environment. That it verifies evolution. That's what it did. So once again, there is no finches at 350,000 years ago. My fault.
They don't get that
million
argument
years ago,
only proves
when
adaptation.
Pangea was starting to move apart. What he was trying to verify, which he verified, was they had mutated and developed different beak sizes. And as a matter of fact, right, an experiment done 2 years ago, right, in real time showed that them damn finches evolved, and they seen them evolve because it was a flood that came in, right? And when the islands flooded out, the birds that had the shorter beaks couldn't get to the food supply no more. And so over time, they died out. Aha! But the birds amongst them that had longer beaks could get to the food supply. And over time, their populations grew. Remember, evolution does not occur in an individual bird, but it occurs in the population of birds. Birds don't come out perfect, all the same beak sizes, right? They like kind of vary. Like when you look at leaves, they're not the same color, kind of variation. So if a larger beak size gives a particular finch
an advantage to get you more food, right? He will have offspring, right, that may have a larger beak and get you this food supply, right? And make it to the age of reproduction to pass on that trait. There you go, sir. Of course, Enqi doesn't understand that. I don't care at this point because I'm enjoying myself. Yeah, we definitely gonna be on the pseudo killers, breaking down what we need to break down and enjoy.
All right, Dr. Enqi, you want to respond? Because he asked both of y'all.
Yes. Okay, so Ankh actually displayed the problem with Darwin. Ankh did all that talking just now.
Yeah, he did.
And he didn't address the actual mechanism that traits are inherited by. See, this is highlighting the problem. So you can observe traits, but you don't understand the science until you understand how the traits are physically passed.
I'll probably
from
stick around for
parent
this
to
last Enqi
offspring.
rebuttal.
The thing Darwin
And then we
didn't
gonna close up the
understand,
stream.
and clearly the thing Ankh doesn't understand. Those they were separated because some of them left the mainland. They were the same species. Some moved off to the island, some stayed on the mainland. That was part of those observations were a part of the reason why Darwin got his overall theory incorrect, because his observed phenomena, he could not explain the actual mechanism of how physical information was changed from parent to offspring. He could observe different beak sizes, like anybody that looks at a thing and goes, oh,
yeah,
he's got a longer nose than the other one.
It's
He's
mostly
dark skinned, she's light skinned, whatever the case may be. But saying somebody's dark skin or light skin, or one bird has a bigger beak than the other, is not actually a scientific observation until you can begin to start to discuss the mechanisms that would influence the changes, and then explain how the information goes from parent to offspring. That's the difference between a scientific observation and just looking at something and describing it.
He's exactly right.
Armstrong, what's up, man? Do you got a question?
Hey, Sa, you skipping the brother that's right there. Why you keep skipping that brother?
So I'm gonna leave it at that.
And come back in.
They tried. At the end of the day, all they really proved is that Darwin was a pseudo, and that Ankh is a pseudo intellectual. You know, reading slides, random facts is not an argument, and I don't know if he knew that, but this was just a bad showing all around from his side. Enqi did amazing, and he even did some extra flexing, and some extra teaching niggas, and then went in for the kill. So I appreciate the showmanship. I certainly appreciate the showmanship. And I would like to say, you know who brought it to you. Give it up. You know who brought it to you. Bought the rights to grift for the day. Y'all better show me some love. I better see some gifted subs somewhere in there. Thank y'all for joining me. You know, stay tuned. We will be trying to cover as many entertaining debates as possible. And I don't just bring you anything. Try to find the entertaining stuff and the stuff that's on actual intellectual topics. Because, like, you know, the politics shit is cool, but unless it's on, like, some real policy or something, or a really philosophical, I don't want to watch that shit. No fun doing a logical analysis on a non-scientific argument that's not getting into, like, actual facts and research. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm trying to cover more of those. You know, I'm gonna get better at it as I go along. I'm gonna be calling out more fallacies, you know, more issues with the logic. You know, maybe Hotep will join me for some other ones. Shout out to my illustrious co-host for today. Appreciate you coming, man. Despite the technical difficulties, you know, I'll eventually figure out a way to get all this squared up. But thank you for rocking with me. I'm about to sit back and chill because I worked another double shift today. So I wouldn't be surprised if I just passed out after this. Like I closed, then I opened again, then I got ready to start doing this shit. So we hustling out here. We putting some real effort into the grift. Gotta keep the momentum going. And that will conclude it for today. Let's go out with some tunes, right? So just jam out for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Jam out for a little bit. What was I listening to here? This is what I was listening to earlier. You know, I saw a video of Doja Cat online. And Doja Cat was telling people about the Trapping in Japan stream on YouTube. The music she likes to listen to. Doja know what's up. So shout out to Ryan Celsius Sounds. Whoever needs some nice chill music to listen to, to bump to, or study to. He usually got like 2 live streams going at once. One with a more chill one, and then one with some this type of shit I like to have one in the background. Until next time, beautiful people.